Bakersfields.com or call 1-800-COOKIES.
Want to lose weight? Listen up, because an incredibly effective weight loss supplement is being given out to 100 callers right now. Because it's so potent, please take no more than 1 capsule a day. Be one of the first 100 callers to get a risk-free trial. 1-800-504-9756. Supplies are limited because this product is proven and can cause dramatic weight loss. It's called AF+. Take 1 capsule just once a day as directed, and you can experience maximum weight loss. Pounds in days. It's all natural, safe, and healthy. But if your weight loss with AF Plus is too dramatic, please decrease use and only take it every other day. Only 100 callers are guaranteed to get a risk-free trial. Call 1-800-504-9756. Mayo Clinic research proves that carrying fat in your midsection raises your risk of heart disease, stroke, high blood pressure, even cancer. If you need to lose weight, you absolutely must call now. 1-800-504-9756. 1-800-504-9756.
If you're overwhelmed by debt and thinking about going to a credit counseling company for help, think again, because the majority of those companies actually work for the credit card companies, and they make the credit card companies a lot of money from people just like you. But there's another way out of debt, and it's not bankruptcy. A way to reduce your debts and save you thousands of dollars. Even better, you can find out how for free by calling 1-800-508-2757. At Freedom Debt Relief, we're not a credit counseling organization. We're not a debt consolidation company. We offer a unique alternative to save you the most money possible to resolve your debt in the shortest amount of time. If you're thinking about a credit counselor, ask yourself this. Are they working for you or the credit card companies? Reduce your debts and save thousands of dollars by learning the secrets to settling your debt. For free information, call 1-800-508-2757. That's 1-800-508-2757. 1-800-508-2757.
You know trading, but are you in on the next big thing? It's easy to trade the markets with Nadex binary options.
Step inside. Doors closing.
Say you think gold is going higher in the short term. Choose an hourly, daily, or weekly expiration. Then, knowing your risk is always capped, place your trade on the Nadex exchange. Let your trade expire, or close it out any time before expiration. Nadex binary options. Fast, exciting. You're in control.
Your destination is approaching.
Learn more at Nadex.com.
Futures, options, and swaps trading involves risk and may not be appropriate for all investors.
Ron and Fez.
May of last year.
Cruise immediately took over with our SiriusXM listeners on the highway.
You make me wanna roll my windows down and cruise.
The highway was the first to play
Florida-Georgia line.
We love you. Thank you for believing in us.
Now, this award-winning duo wants to say thanks by throwing a party just for SiriusXM subscribers.
Performing live from the Troubadour in L.A.
Georgia line.
Catch the replay tomorrow at 12 midnight, 9 p.m. Pacific.
The highway.
Channel 59.
And on the SiriusXM app.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-336-1905. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player, without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-336-1905. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-336-1905. That's 1-800-336-1905.
Not available in California.
How much of $30 billion would you like to put in your bank account? It's up to you, because right now you have the opportunity to own one of the fastest growing franchises in the $30 billion health food industry. It's a healthy vending business opportunity. That's right, vending machines filled with popular, natural, organic, healthy products. With your fresh, healthy vending machines, you'll tap into America's booming population of health-conscious consumers, and we place your machines in high-traffic locations to maximize your exposure and profitability. This is your chance to create a stream of income that will pay you cash for years to come, with vending machines filled only with products that are organic, natural, and healthy. If you have startup capital and have been looking for the perfect business opportunity, then we want to talk to you. For a free owner information kit to find out if this amazing opportunity is right for you, visit readyforfresh.com now and enter code 2020. Hurry, because locations in this area will fill up fast. That's readyforfresh.com, special code 2020. Readyforfresh.com, code 2020.
One Little Joint Supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-451-4810. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Walgreens, and Vitamin Shop. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-451-4810. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-451-4810.
If you want a better body, you change it. Work out, eat right. But what if you want a better brain? You change it with Lumosity.com. Designed by neuroscientists, Lumosity.com's online games give your brain a fun and challenging workout. It only takes a few minutes each day to help improve your memory, attention, speed, and more. So get the brain you've always wanted. Visit Lumosity.com and start training today. That's Lumosity.com.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hi, this is Craig Schickle, and I'm going to be participating in the Thanksgiving festivities. I like stuffing with raisins. That's my favorite food, stuffing with extra raisins. In this segment, Andrew Dice Clay, who uses a lot of language that I don't really care for, returns to the show to discuss that he was in a Woody Allen picture. I like Stardust Memories, that's my favorite. But this is called Jasmine. I guess he talks about working out and things of that nature. I didn't really care for this segment because of the language. I think you could be very funny if you don't curse too. Shickle about it.
Hey, DC. What up, yo? Take a seat, Dice. You look
what up, yo?
Fucking fantastic.
Thank
I gotta tell you. You're standing out there. You're trim, slim, svelte Dice.
In the cage, my friend.
You're in the cage.
Me and Norton. Yeah. Look at I couldn't believe when I saw Norton in Vegas.
Can you believe it?
You know, the shape he's in.
Yeah.
You know, and I heard through the grapevine that you've been in the cage.
Yeah.
Going to the gym, doing the right thing.
Going to the gym?
No,
going to the gym and eating better.
Is it a lie?
No.
No, I'm going today.
It's English,
tomorrow.
but it's not a lie.
You know,
he has been going to the gym and working out like a maniac.
Yeah, I go constantly.
And you, what do you do? What do you do, Dice? What do you do? What do you do to work out? Weights? You do
I do
cardio?
everything. I do the cardio. I normally start with the cardio.
Yeah.
And any trainer that tells you to end with cardio is an asshole human being.
Really?
Yeah, because that's the trick. It's a trick, Anthony.
Yeah?
Yeah, because when you do cardio last, let's say you hire a trainer.
I
they
do.
Go, all right, stay on this for 40 minutes. I got to go. And they leave. Cardio's the most important. After that, everything else is extra. You know what I mean? Using the weights, all that stuff. That's like the cherry on top.
That's like building up, you know.
Yeah, when a trainer comes on, hey, you want me to train you? You know, let me work you out.
Oh, yeah?
I'll work you out. How does that sound?
I got the trainer.
You got the trainer?
Yeah, he comes over the house. I got a whole room.
I used to, I used to have a trainer.
Because I wouldn't go.
Well, you see, but I am self-motivated that way. Like, I like being in the gym.
I don't.
You know?
I like being in the room next to my bedroom.
Well, then don't.
That's what I do.
Don't do it.
But that's what I do.
You know, you've always been a lean guy. You don't need to train. Get on You could have a treadmill in your house.
But I do.
He does.
I do.
And you won't get on it. Make my mic louder.
But I make my mic louder. You got to turn your headphones up, maybe too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
And you know how to work the electronicals.
Yeah.
Do me a favor.
No. I got the trainer. He comes over.
Okay.
Comes over, and we do weights and shit, and I do the treadmill on the days he's not there. What I don't need him watching me on a fucking
But
treadmill.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like these trainers that go, you need to be on the treadmill last. Yeah, for you?
Yeah.
For you? Because you told me.
No, he's gonna work from the time he gets there till the time he leaves.
That's it.
You know?
So he comes to your house, you don't go to a gym?
No, he comes to the house. It's great.
You got a whole setup like that?
The whole setup. Weights, the whole fucking deal. And I do that, work out for...
No, but when you say weights, the whole fucking deal, like what comes after the weights?
What do you mean?
What's the whole fucking deal?
Oh, and a machine. A machine where you could fucking, you're pulling, you're pushing, you're fucking lifting.
That's how I look at chicks.
Yeah, you're pulling,
you know
push,
what I mean? When they do that
fucking
little frog bounce.
Yeah?
You know, when they climb on top, they put their hands at your sides, they start bouncing that fat ass, twerking it on your dick.
You got to watch, though.
You know what I mean?
Sometimes they
That's
lean.
the workout.
But sometimes they lean in a direction where it's like, do you know how this cock works? It's not hinged like a ball joint.
You know
at the
what?
bottom.
I put him through. I put him through a little boot camp session first, just to train him what I need.
A little training, what you need.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
They want to hop on and then lean back. It's like my fucking. It's called a hard on, not a fucking soft on.
No, but you can work that angle. You can work that angle.
You can, but they got to do it slow, Dice. You lean back slow. You don't.
Well, you get a novice. You get what you deserve.
Go back. Well,
you know what I mean.
You're right.
I like getting them a little broken in. I don't mind if a chick's been fucking for a few years.
You don't mind them a little sloppy.
No, I like a girl that knows what she's doing because a lot of.
Gem Mint 7.
No, but seriously, when you go with a lot of these girls, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they give you the I'm a nice girl. I don't really do these kind of things like girl, you know, relate. It's like, you know what? Then you're not for me.
Okay.
You know, I like a girl that could just sort of hop on and join the team.
Doesn't need any instruction.
Join my team of fucking bulls.
The manual's been lost for years.
You like all this twerking stuff? Fucking, they took a stripper's move and gave it a name.
Right.
You know?
Yes, thank you. You're right.
You know, my wife's been doing that for me since the day I met her. I walk in the house, she's twerking over there.
Twerking.
You know what I mean? I go, they stole your move.
It's become very like an African American move or something.
I just fucking love any chick that has the nerve to go in a public place to a club and say, basically, this is what I could do on your fucking cock. And I'm going, you filthy animal, I want to marry you.
That is what they're doing, is like, look what I could do if your cock was right here and I was on it.
Yeah, I mean, think of that, how they start moving each cheek individually. Like they're showing you. I said, you think that's some? Watch my balls. One's doing the samba, the other one's doing the merengue.
Do you twerk with
you know
your
what
nuts?
I mean? I twerk with my fucking nuts.
Twerk with your nutsack. I just don't, I don't think they get into bed, though, and do those things. I think it's a thing they do, and then they get into bed and just fucking lay there anyway.
Exactly.
Lay there like
fucking, exactly.
Yeah, it's like, how about...
Lay there like a dead fucking fish.
How about your work? Yeah, there
Start
you go.
fucking, sister.
Yeah,
there you go.
There's some twerking.
There
Oh, my
go.
God. Look at that big ass.
That's a nice, big, fucking fat ass.
And she's doing it in like a bakery.
No, she's in a grocery. Yeah, there we go. Pick up the... You got another one? There we go.
Now she's by the milk aisle.
Yeah, she should be very proud of her accomplishment.
Her ass really moves in a wonderful way.
Yeah, it really is. And it's a big fat dumper.
It just reminds me of some animalistic mating ritual.
Well, we are animals.
Yeah, but
we're we're simians.
Yeah, we're animals. If I was with her, my dick would whistle at her.
Yeah?
Yeah. My dick makes noise sometimes.
That would feel good. But I'll tell you, that big fucking juicy ass hitting against your stomach and pubis would just milk your dick. Yeah, like the little area above your dick. It's called
hair?
It's a pubis. No, the pubic hair is the pubic hair, but the pubis is the area right along above the penis.
You know what? I'm not that... I didn't want to go to school to learn.
Yeah, it's a pubis.
You know what I mean? Norton knows all this shit, but she is great.
She would milk your penis really nicely.
Oh, my God. Look at this. She's not even trying.
She's just jumping up and down, and her ass is really, like, fucking shaking.
I wouldn't say I'm attracted to her at all, but she would make you come really good.
What? You're not attracted to that?
No.
A beefy chick like that?
No, I don't like her face that much.
I don't
Who's
like
even
that.
looking at that?
But the ass would make you come.
If you're looking at her face, she's not doing a job.
I don't like that ass.
But why not pick the dress up and show us the... See, there goes one cheek. Here we go.
I'll tell you, Aunt, it would make you come. You wouldn't believe. You'd probably go, holy mackerel, I'm coming already. You wouldn't believe how fucking well you came with that girl.
Really?
Yeah. Her ass would fucking... It would milk
That
your
really
dick.
is a good one.
I don't know. It's too big.
Twerk, you mother.
I
like
that.
a fat ass.
I'm not a big
on
a fat ass, Dice.
Well, I like a beefy ass. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah.
I do, too.
But
We got a lot to talk about today. I got a lot going on. We're talking about fucking twerking, slobs, banging, bulls to the face.
You know, when you come in, we usually talk about shoving dicks in chicks.
Okay, I know.
But you do have a lot going on.
So you're like running the show today.
Opie has jury duty.
He's on jury duty.
Yeah, he just left for jury duty.
Yeah,
he went over there.
Somebody else that'll get off.
Yeah,
everybody gets off. I don't even know why they have courtrooms anymore. All right, well, let's draw this out for a few weeks, and you could leave.
You think that's it?
Yeah, fucking justice. There is no justice.
I don't think you agreed with the Trayvon the Zimmerman trial.
No, I'm talking about that kid that stole the socks from Macy's. You know what I mean? They put him in court.
Grand trial.
Theft.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got to be able to steal in this day and age. Things are too expensive.
Well, that's true. I don't think
people get guilty over stealing.
Socks ain't bad, and stealing like that.
No, but he took like thousands of them.
Oh.
Yeah, off a truck. And I'm like, it's socks. You need them.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
So you do have a lot going on, Dice. A fucking Woody Allen movie.
Yeah, tonight's the premiere. I'm very excited about it.
Big premiere.
Very excited about
it. And I'd be. That is huge.
Yeah.
How was it working with Woody?
Woody's the greatest.
Is he great?
He was great. He let me do what I'm supposed to do.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And... from what I'm reading, it's almost like embarrassing.
What do you mean?
Well, you know what? I really showed up to do a great job because I knew the kind of like actors I was going to work with.
It's huge.
You know what I mean? You're working with Alec and Kate Blanchett, and these are the Sally Hawkins, Golden Globe winners.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, I really got to bring an A game, and I didn't do a movie in 12 years.
Jesus.
But When I see these, like, the Wall Street Journal, the way they're writing me up, and, I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever been involved in.
You know what I'm seeing here, Dice? And I'm not kidding around either.
No, I know what you're talking now.
This could be the fucking John Travolta Pulp Fiction thing for you.
But that's what they're saying. They're talking about Mickey Rourke and the wrestler. But, but I'm like, these guys, guys like Mickey Rourke to me are the best.
Yeah, yeah.
To me, he's one of the greatest actors just ever. He just is.
Yeah.
So I understood that. And he's the star of that movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even though Travolta, was a supporting role in Pulp Fiction, it was still a giant part.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And so I get, but, this is really, it set me back a little. I'm pretty, overwhelmed with it.
A little humbled?
I'm very humbled.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm talking to you now just straight. I feel like I really hope I did as good a job as what he's been saying, and that's all I wanted to do.
What's the character?
Well, he's a very regular guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's a guy that's gone through a lot of stuff, which I can relate to. But I had to go pretty deep. Mm-hmm. It's like I got my own method of acting. I know how to get there. But, I just can't believe the press on this.
Yeah, yeah.
The AP came out, Associated Press, the other night to take pictures when I was in Vegas at Vinyl, which I've done the AP before.
Yeah, sure.
And they never send anybody to take pictures. And the guy said, honestly, Dice, this is the biggest story in showbiz right now.
Wow.
And I'm like, you're kidding me. Because I'm playing Vinyl. I'm at the Hard Rock in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this is all going on around me. I don't even get it.
And big premiere.
Yeah,
tonight.
I haven't felt this, honestly, since '88, since the Rodney special. See, when the Rodney special aired, I knew what had happened. That I would even talk to Dennis back then when when I was doing Rascals, 28 shows in a row, and he was looking to put me in 500-seat rooms, and I'm like, it's bigger than that. And the only way to prove it was to have him put me on sale somewhere else in the country, because he felt it was territorial. And he put me in Phoenix at the theater, Celebrity Theater, one show, but they sold 3 in one day.
Man.
And that's when he realized this isn't normal. I haven't had that feeling. I feel very elevated. My whole mind, my whole mood about this whole thing.
It's time.
And people have been asking me, what if you had to pick 3 things in your career that really would mark you? I said, well, the Rodney special, because that just blew me through the roof.
Oh, hell yeah.
Then when I was doing the arenas, led to Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
and now this Woody movie, because it's the shot of a lifetime.
Oh, shit.
But I didn't know it when I was doing it. I just really wanted to do a great job for him.
How did you read for him?
Because if Woody doesn't like a performance, he'll throw it out and just cast somebody else and reshoot it.
Yeah, he did that to Kramer.
Well, but that's what he does. That's why his movie, like, he'll go, the guy's not getting it. Get rid of him and get me the right actor.
Yeah.
So when I'm on that set, it's like, just do a great job for
These pretzels are making me thirsty. Something like that. You deliver the line like that.
Oh, but that's not what I'm doing.
I know.
How did you read for
act.
him? You go in, you meet with him, and then he just hands you a script. I hear he wants to talk to you first, right?
I went in there, and it was very loose, and he was with the casting lady and the producer, and he was very cool, very laid back, and, we're doing a film, and would you read a few pages? And I'm like, can you give me something to go on? And he goes, well, just take a look. And I went in another room with the casting. I went through 2 pages. I said, I got this. Let's go in. But she was like, are you sure? Because I only went through it the one time, but I could see what it was. So I do it for him. And I go, look, I don't even know if the guy's from the East Coast. I don't know anything. If you want, I'll do it again. And he goes, well, you have the essence. It was perfect. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll see you on the set. But when I actually got the text that I didn't even open it from my manager, Bruce, and I just saw you got the, it was an emotional thing for me.
Wow.
Because, number one, it's like something my parents would have always wanted to see me do. Anytime I would do a movie, I mean, my mother loved that I was the comic I am, but like if I'd get a movie, she'd go, is it a drama? Because she loved drama. She knew I could do the drama.
Yeah.
And I go, well, Mom, I'm a comic. It's like a comedy, But this is like something they would have just loved. I mean, I could just see them talking about it,
I've seen you act, and act like, where you wouldn't even know
but it wasn't
you.
You're talking about like Crime Story years ago.
Yeah,
but even that was more animated.
Yeah.
This isn't as animated.
But I saw, even like way early on, like in fucking MASH. When you were in MASH,
that's right.
I remember that. It was like fucking, holy shit.
That was their last Halloween episode.
Was it?
Yeah. That was the last year they were on. I was like, I couldn't believe I got that back then.
Yeah.
That was the beginning. It was one of the first parts I ever got.
Yeah.
And then the whole Dice thing went crazy like 8 years later. It's been a very interesting career.
No shit.
I know you've been part of a big part of it. You've been part of a bit. Everybody here has been part of it.
Yeah.
He has not been.
Oh, no,
I don't know this fucking guy, and I don't trust him.
Good.
You know what I mean?
Good instinct.
Any guy that looks at me like that, I don't trust.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I'm just fucking with you. You know that, right?
Travis is a good guy, yeah.
How do you know?
I
you
have
live
him
with
over
him?
the house. He's come over the house. His wife, his
live
lovely
with him for
kid,
a week.
and,
you live with it.
No, live with him. Fuck that.
Exactly.
No
so
way.
how great is he really?
Good point, Dice.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we live together.
He's nice to be in here with
during
you.
the hurricane, he did live at my house, him and
wasn't
his
that
family.
nice of him? Wasn't that nice of him? Because,
power was out and his
because he was riding a U-boat around his house. He moved in with you. Did you a favor?
He was down in, where are you down there?
Rockaway,
yeah. So,
oh, wow, that
he
really
got pummeled.
Is everything all right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With us, yeah.
Crazy with the fucking...
Oh, it's crazy.
In Vegas now, last time I was in Vegas, 118
300 degrees, yeah.
118 in the dark.
In the dark.
In the fucking nighttime dark.
But the thing is, you don't have to go outside.
I absorbed it.
Did you absorb it?
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
You fucking probably turned it into pure energy. You're like a solar panel. You soak it in.
Well, you know what? I
and
just
turn
take
it
it.
into
It's
energy.
like people. It's so yeah. Well, just adapt. That's what it is. It's almost at the point where I felt like weathermen.
Yeah.
Like when it used to hit like 90 degrees. Like it would be like if you don't have to go out. Don't go out,
right.
Even here,
Yeah.
But there they go 118. I'm waiting for a guy, like the weather guy, to come on like in a tank top and shorts going, you ain't gonna fucking believe this shit. 135. Just stay the fuck in. Do yourselves a favor. Find some broad, bury your balls in a fucking grease pit, and have a good night.
Grease pit.
Why would he say that?
Yeah.
Well, he might say stay the fuck in, but why would he tell you to fuck a girl?
Because what else are you going to do when you're in the house? You either whack your own bag or you have somebody whack it for you.
You watch TV.
Like the other day, I'm rinsing my cock off in this chick's asshole.
Yeah, sure. Rinsing it off in her asshole.
No, come on, we're just fucking around doing that.
Of course we are.
How's your podcast, though? Your podcast is all the way up there.
Yeah, here on the Opie and Anthony podcast. It comes out on Wednesdays.
Yeah, because I do the Rolling with Dice and Wheels.
Yes.
You know, which is doing phenomenal. You know, we don't have a. You know, what do? You take part of the show and put it.
Take part of the show and put it on. It's for people that usually probably can't get this show. Because of something, you know.
Well, it's a great idea.
And then they could get some of us on there. Yeah, it does very well.
Well, the Rolling with Dice and Wheels is just, it's like a freak thing. I like talking about it. Because, number one, Joe Rogan, really pushed me to do my own podcast.
Yeah, he's got
And Wheels is hysterical. He started doing his own podcast to get me to do a podcast.
Oh, is that how he got you?
Oh, yeah, that's how he scams me into every fucking thing, right? You know, why are you doing a podcast? Well, I just like doing it, you know. And then he gets me to do Rolling with Dice and Wheels. But Rogan was right. And, you know, we're only on 2.5 months, but we got over 200,000 followers.
Wow, shit. Yeah,
you know, we were told by iTunes we'll probably hit over 1 million by
October.
October. I mean, it's a real freak thing.
What kind of show? What do you
well, we roll. We go anywhere. We've broken into we broke into a foreclosed home a few weeks ago and barbecued. You know, because I don't like being stuck in a studio.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't do this all day.
Yeah, believe me.
Be inside. Like our first one was in the desert.
Yeah.
You know, like a half hour outside of Vegas. You know, just.
Oh man, that's where they dump the bodies.
Yeah, he's going. Why do we got to be here? I go, because I don't need to be inside. You know, Wheels is funny because he's like, we're inside. We're 80 miles outside of town. You know,
man.
But we roll. We go to bars. We go anywhere.
Hence the rolling.
You know, I'll do the show anywhere as long as I'm not inside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know, we talk about anything. You know, there's a lot of problems on the show, but you know, people. Well, you know, people they like everything going on, but you never know what's going on. It's almost like what I would call the first reality podcast show. It's almost like a TV show. Only you don't see the TV.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm kind of getting the drift of this.
We just live it. You know what I mean? Whatever there's no format. There's no structure. You know, I really don't know what I'm doing. You know me. Yeah. You know, I just wing it. And, you know, and now and then we have a guest.
Yeah.
Did you do it, Norton?
I've never been invited.
Oh, man.
I would love you to do it, but I don't want to. He was in Vegas for a day. I'm not going to break his balls do my podcast.
Right.
Because I don't even give a fuck if we have a guest. I actually hate when we have guests because then you got to ask questions.
Yeah.
You know, about somebody you don't. Well, him I love. But, you know, if you have somebody else on, I want to say, I don't even give a fuck about you.
Who you had on?
So, who? The last comic we had on was, who?
I don't know.
Can I say a funny thing?
Bowden? You know.
Alonzo Bowden.
Kenny might know.
Okay.
Alonzo Bowden.
Yeah.
Kenny?
Alonzo, yeah.
Well, yes, Kenny, you want to add something?
He was a great guest. He's like the only comic we had on the show.
Kenny would like to add something here.
Kenny, feel free.
Yeah, sure. I didn't even see you come in.
Andrew does this funny thing. He goes to Wills, we'll be right back. And Wills goes, what are you talking about? We're doing a podcast. We're not going. He goes, but that's what radio guys say.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just say, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
But then you don't go anywhere.
Right. Well, that's what he said. He said, because guys like you'll always go, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And,
you know, so Wheels says, no, but we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, so we're not back. We're still here.
Well, that'll probably come in handy if you do get some sponsors and then they cut the show up and play it again. They could put the commercials right there where you said that.
Yeah, but I didn't even understand that part. Because, all Wheels does is take money from me to buy shit.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
and I'll see 3 new wires. I'll go, I gave you $1,700.
3 new wires.
And he goes, yeah, but I got the wires. Look at the mic. We got good headphones.
I'll see, because he knows. He knows you don't know the electronicals.
I don't even have time to think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's I just want it to go good.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch. We'll be right back. I say that.
Yeah.
That was smooth.
But then you're still there.
Yeah, but, you know, it's rolling with dice and wheels.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I never claimed to be the brightest.
No.
You know what I mean?
No. But I do like the whole sound of it. It sounds very cool.
If you want, I'll send you some T-shirts.
Oh, that is nice.
You know what I mean? Look at that.
It's got pictures of you and
we do the fucking.
You're fucking always
got
good
something
merch going on.
Rolling with dice and wheels.
Has always got.
They could get it on iTunes. People should go to iTunes.
Go to iTunes
because you got a big podcast. You're like number 1, number 2, whatever.
Yeah,
well, it fluctuates.
We cheat,
but you're always
we got a radio show.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I should say it on your show.
Yes.
So like the people
good idea
that listen to Opie and Anthony's show.
Yeah, subscribe to Dice's podcast.
You just go on iTunes. It's on Stitcher. It's on SoundCloud. But we're pretty high up there, like in all the.
He knows Stitcher.
It's very, I was just saying how enjoyable it is to hear him talk about electronic stuff.
No, but Wheels teaches me about this. Yeah, like I don't really know what it means. You know what I mean? But he goes, no, you got to understand. He goes on SoundCloud alone. We got over 200,000 followers. Like it is like a freak thing. Like it's really escalating quickly.
I'm believing that Dice does know what he's talking about.
No, I don't know about electronics.
I'd be willing to think Dice.
You think he does?
He knows a little more than he's putting
I got
on
Samsung 3D, my friend. 3 fucking D.
You like the Samsung phone?
The fam.
Oh, look at that! What a handsome family.
Yeah,
very that beautiful wife. He's got the beautiful
the
kids.
wife over here.
Dice living the fucking
I still
living the life over here. Oh yeah,
she's really attractive.
All due respect, but oh yeah,
she's really lovely.
She's a very pretty girl.
Yeah.
Stop with the lovely.
She's a lovely.
No, but I know what you mean when you say that.
Very well built.
I know what you mean.
Very well built, lovely gal.
She really is.
Oof.
I mean, initially I was attracted to her. That's how you start going out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm still. I mean, she's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, she's an amazing person. Since the day I met her, she was always calling me my movie star boyfriend but I would actually tell her, I go, you know what? I'm not looking to build that career. I think that time is come and gone. I really would tell her that.
And
I go,
see,
I just want to rebuild the comedy, do some bigger places, do the theaters again, whatever.
The second you have a plan,
and
actually,
me and Norton have the same agent, with Pete Pappalardo, and we were supposed to go on sale for the Garden again, as crazy as it sounds, but it's built to that with all this precedent, but I'm not prepared for it. When I come off a stage at Vinyl, you're talking about a 400-seat room, whatever it is, I'm burnt.
Yeah.
So I started about 4 months ago when I knew this Garden thing was coming and started like training my lower body because, years ago I would do a lot of that because I was doing the arenas and you know how the lights, Norton, they zap you in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? So if you're in a big place like that, and if I go and do that, if it's called for, if I do this one more fucking time, I did it with you guys. I've done that place. I've done 3 shows there. Been there twice. How many fucking... what do I got to prove, Joey? What do I got to prove?
You got nothing to prove,
But people are writing in like that I shouldn't have, like canceled out to do it. And I'm like, I got to give them the kind of show that they deserve. You know what I mean? I really want to go balls out, and you got to build your lower body. Or else after 20 minutes, I'm going to be fucking zapped.
You're going to be fucking.
So I didn't want to. I'm doing the regular gigs. You know what? Through going what I would call through the lean times, the last like 12 years, whatever. Playing these clubs again because it was so crazy when I would do those giant places that once I got like into the zone of doing like the Governors, clubs. I mean, there really isn't anything better, more. Of course, the money is bigger when you play big places, but it's not all about money. It's also about satisfaction of knowing you came off the stage and really just killed that crowd. You know what I mean? And there is nothing better than a comedy club. That night I went down to the cellar with you. I went on after Norton. We both killed that. But it's so satisfying as a comic.
Yeah, well, that's why I initially started doing it.
But if it's qualified, I don't want to do arena tour. I don't want the same career I had. Now I'm getting ready to do this thing. It's a new talent show. It's called The Big Big Show that I'm co-producing with this guy, Tommy Habib, who has the show Cheetahs on. And it's a talent show. It's like an updated version of The Gong Show. And I was signed on as the head judge, and Tom Green. And there's a girl we can't mention yet, only because she's not completely signed. And we'll shoot one this summer, and then we're moving it to Vegas to do the whole season. And, it's going to be hysterical. I mean, Tom Green is hysterical.
Oh, yeah.
He's on the podcast a lot.
Yeah.
He'll call me from his podcast and go, I want to do your podcast. It's like people remember when they used to have beepers? I'll beep you, you beep me back over here, you hear? I hear me now. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, you know, everybody, I'll do your podcast, you do my podcast.
Yeah, everybody's
You don't
doing
do my
everybody.
podcast,
Big
I ain't going to do it.
crossover.
Why would I do Rolling with Dice if you're not going to roll over here?
It's like when the Flintstones would be on the
No,
Jetsons.
but I just saw Adam Carolla. I've done his show.
Yeah.
You know, which he does at his restaurant in L.A., which is a great show, live audience.
Yeah, we just had
So
one
it's
the
like
other day.
doing a stand-up shot.
His restaurant. I dived in his studio. He has a restaurant.
No, he bought this fucking joint. And
now he's got some
and everybody's
booze and
drinking
stuff.
like
He sells some
sangria.
booze. Yeah, the mangria.
The mangria, and you're just on stage getting drunk and killing the crowd.
Christ.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, I love
Yeah.
drinking now.
Oh, yeah?
Do you really?
Oh,
You got
fuck.
back in?
Well, no, I was never in it to start with my whole life.
I've seen Dice drink
No,
once.
Tom Green got me into drinking, and I
Holy
thank him for
shit.
that.
Oh,
you know,
no.
because my whole life I was very straight laced.
for that.
No, well, because I got to give somebody the PQs.
Sure.
You know, what is that called?
Kudos?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Kudos.
Like thank yous?
Yeah, it's silly.
Recognition.
It's the dumbest fucking word I ever heard.
Yeah.
But I thank him for that because, you know, when we do the podcast, I could drink.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
What's your poison?
Well, you know, my wife normally just gets me some concoction.
Yeah.
With like a lot of rum and shit.
then I give her the concoction.
Good. Good. Pating. That's how I end the load. You know what I mean? I always, you know, that noise, pating.
Pating, like a
that the dick
spittoon.
makes on
It's
that
like
last shot.
The spit hitting the
Yeah,
spittoon.
like, pating. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So she makes a
So when I started hanging with him, you know, he got me quickly, like, into, like, you know, first beer. You know, he's got the Tom Green beer out now. He's got his own beer because he drinks so much. He's so good at it.
Are you a happy drunk, or do you get a little belligerent?
I have a fucking great time.
Are you good?
But I
you're fun
figure,
to
you know,
be
I'm in
around.
my 50s. When am I going to start having fun?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
What are you going to do?
What's better than having a couple drinks, going to the gym, pumping iron? You don't even realize you're fucking doing it. You're just having a great time,
Sounds
laughing.
like a good way to get injured.
You know
actually.
what I mean? No, but use the machines
You're
when
driving,
you
you're
drink.
waving at everybody.
Yeah, what the fuck do you do? No, I don't drive when I drink.
No,
that I
no,
don't
good,
do.
good
I don't
dice.
drink. I
Can't
like
do
to
that.
drink and sit. You know what I mean?
Just have fun, right?
Yeah, what's better than
time?
that?
Some people get nasty, though.
No, but I
You know,
don't.
people
I
hate
just
that.
have fun. But, like,
Yeah.
there have been a couple problems on the podcast because we do it at,
yeah.
like, weird like bars and stuff.
Uh-huh.
You know, so people will come outside when I'm trying to do a show and they try to talk to me.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm drinking.
Get the
I'm
fuck
like,
outta here.
Yeah, and then they, like, start talking to my wife or Eleanor.
Oh, boy.
You know what I mean? They belong to me. They're with me.
Yeah, you got to set it
You know what I
straight.
mean?
You show some weakness, they're going to
Yeah,
be all
so
over your shit.
that's when I get a little angry.
How do you like the electronics, the cigarettes?
Oh, yeah, you're
The
smoking the
electronics not
electronic
bad.
cigarette.
Do they help the craving?
Well, you know what? I'm smoking one. So one of the companies, you know, advertise on my show and give me like a ton of money to advertise their electronic.
Oh.
So I won't say the electronic I'm smoking,
Uh-huh.
but if they're smart, they get to me now. Because between everything going on, there are a lot of things, not even on the fire, deals I've made to do these different shows, and you know, it's pretty crazy again.
No shit.
You know, I started telling Norton in Vegas, but you know, I haven't seen him, so I'd rather just hang out, listen to the music. You
Isn't
know,
that interesting that you
and how
were-
great
you-
was LA Rocks that night? How'd they kick ass?
Phenomenal. Really great.
Do you believe that Beatles number, The Day in a Life?
Yeah, they did a cover. It was,
It's their only cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dylan took that and he twisted and turned it. That's like part of Day Tripper in it. I mean, you know, I was like scared to hear because I'm in Vegas so much I don't hear them rehearse.
Uh-huh.
So I heard
Yeah.
this new song called Troublemaker. There was a bunch of Closer, all these new things.
Oh, man, that's fucking
You know what I mean?
cool. And they're playing a lot.
And you
They're out.
guys got them, you know, we're actually looking for the right management for them now because they got off of, I got to bring up Indestructible. Are we supposed to bring that up? My special? I mean, I would call it, you know, I love my first special and my last special the best because I wanted to give what I would call the ultimate rock and roll comedy experience.
Yeah.
You know, and using my boys and them playing and then me doing my thing. It really came out incredible. And download it now. But when does the DVD come out? Does it say if they want the hard copy?
It does. It says the DVD is now available. Coming out on DVD doesn't say. It's now available for download. Does not say when it's coming out on DVD.
I don't think Dice has ever come in here with as much shit going on in your life.
It's cool. What else I got to talk about? I mean,
well, you did the.
But I would tell people to get that special because I actually got a text from Joan Dangerfield, Rodney's wife, and she saw the special. This is like 2 weeks ago, and she just sent me a text that she was going to tape it that night because now they're playing the special like crazy on Showtime again.
Yeah.
So she was going to tape it, and she wrote, "Couldn't stop watching, flawless." You know, and I called her, and to hear that from, you know, a woman that was with Rodney all the years, you know, it was pretty incredible to me.
Hell yeah.
You know, and people just love it, and I'm so glad I did it, because I don't want to do another special, I'll be honest with you.
Really?
I wanted to do, you know, The Dice Man Cometh, you know, to this day plays great, and I wanted to do one more special, and just show what I got still. You know what I mean? And I was able to do that in this special.
Well, who knows when you're going to be able to even do one after you're a movie star?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna tour that much because of all these other things going on. I mean, I don't know with other movies, but I'll do the TV show. I got the book coming out May 2014. The Filthy Truth that I'm writing with David Ritz, and you know, this is a guy that wrote books like Ray Charles. They made the movie from the book. Etta James, Smokey Robinson, Marvin Gaye. He actually wrote the lyrics to Sexual Healing, you know, which became one of and he wrote the book on Marvin.
Who wrote the lyrics to That's my favorite Marvin Gaye
David
song.
Ritz.
Oh, wow, okay.
David Ritz wrote that song. Because he heard the groove of the song, and he was writing the book on Marvin, and Marvin asked him, I don't know if he didn't ask him to write lyrics, like, what do you think? And he said, it's sexual, and he wrote the word. He's a great writer. He just got done with Joe Perry's book, and now he's finishing up my book. You know, The Filthy Truth, and there is a mention of you in there.
Oh, good.
Book.
Hope
Book.
so.
Of course.
Special. DVD. Movie. TV show.
There's a lot going on.
Internet podcast.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
You're fucking... how come during the lean years, you were heavy? And now, you're doing a lot.
Because I had to get back in the
now
cage.
the heavy years, and now you're thin.
Well, think about it. You know what? And look, in the book, it's the filthy truth. I talk about, you know, from like 95 to just, you know, 3 years ago, I was in a living hell. You know, life takes turns. You know, you get derailed, things like that. But I never lost the fire in me. I never lost that feel to accomplish. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I might have got heavy, but it took that same guy to take it off. You know, nobody could do that. But it's not even about taking the weight. It's about just being physically fit, that when I get on stage, people are seeing, I might not have as much hair. You know what I mean? Remember that? Remember when you could put a comb to your head and there was actual hair on it? You know how I pick on guys in the crowd. I go, remember when you could stand your feet and feel your fucking toes? Remember when you touched your dick and it actually got hard at that second? You didn't have to beg it? The fuck up! Looking at my dick 3 in the morning. Get the fuck up! We ain't done here, my friend. Take a look at her.
Shit.
No, but you know what I'm saying? So it's like I owed it to myself and the people that love to come watch me perform to look right. That's why I got in the shape I did for the special.
Did you find that sometimes you just have to put the time in? Like, enough time has to go by where people not forget who you were, but can move past the early Dice, and now you could just
It's a whole different game.
So but I think only time does that. You got to fucking sit it out.
You know what? It's like I don't even want to read my press right now because like years ago when we were touring with Norton, Kenny, the whole thing, and it was all bad press. You know what I mean? So I just stopped reading it. That's how I feel with the good press. You know, because I would read those articles years ago and go, well, they don't even fucking know me, so what do I give a shit what they think? You know what I mean? So today they're writing great stuff. That's great. But I don't have to read it. I know me. You know, I know the things I talk to them about, and if they write it up the right way, it'll be a good interview.
Well, when people write things, if it's good,
I mean,
then
this
they
thing
know
that's out now,
did
you see the Playboy thing yet? Did you read the Playboy?
You're Playboy too. Yeah,
and that's like a 6-7 page profile. I mean, they're writing these things now that are pretty unbelievable to me, but I don't want to get overwhelmed by it. I just want to, you know, with all this press that was coming, with the Woody movie coming, I got kind of overwhelmed. you know, and I would talk to my wife and my kids and, you know, people the closest to me. And, you know, my son Dylan said it the best, like about a month ago.
Shut up, Dad, and quit whining.
No, no, it wasn't about whining. It was about, like, hearing about yourself too much. It was, like, too overwhelming again. I was used to being where I was at, you know, for the last, like, 12 years. And my son Dylan, he goes, you know what, Dad? Just own it. That's why you started in this to start with. So just own it now. And he was right. And the next day I woke up, I was like, all right, bring it on.
Yeah,
you know, if this is what's, you know, meant to go on. This is great.
Well, it's unbelievable. You got so much going on. It's fantastic. We got to wrap up because we're done here.
Well, we cover everything.
Yeah,
we cover everything.
I think we did.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel.
Jim Norton, obsessed on Ozzy's Boneyard.
Hi, everybody. It's your pal, Jim Norton. I've got wonderful news. I'm still here. We're running low on playlists, you bags of shit. So email me so I can play your song. You don't have to fucking bellyache. You're gonna play this on the Boneyard. Then email me. TheRealJimNorton@gmail.com. All right, good. I'm babbling. Nobody cares.
Jim Norton, obsessed on Ozzy's Boneyard. Weeknights at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Sirius XM Channel 38.
The Bob Woodruff Foundation and the New York Comedy Festival present a special event, Stand Up for Heroes. With performances from Bill Cosby, Jim Gaffigan, Jerry Seinfeld, Bruce Springsteen, Jon Stewart, and Roger Waters. Donate and stand up for our veteran heroes at BobWoodruffFoundation.org. And hear these special performances from Bruce Springsteen and Roger Waters on E Street Radio tomorrow, 8 p.m. East. And also online on the Pink Floyd channel. Go to SiriusXM.com for air dates and times.
If you're a smoker, make your New Year's resolution to quit come true with Smoke Remedy.
I smoked on and off for 30 years. I stumbled on Smoke Remedy one day. I was kind of skeptical at first. I didn't think that something that you sprayed in your mouth would work after all the other things that I had tried. I started carrying the bottle around with me. I would spray when I would crave a cigarette. Everything that I tried to quit smoking failed until I got Smoke Remedy, and now I'm an ex-smoker.
Smoke Remedy contains FDA-regulated homeopathic medicines that can stop your cravings for cigarettes and get rid of your desire to smoke. Smoke Remedy comes in an easy-to-use spray bottle, and when you get the urge to smoke, you spray Smoke Remedy into your mouth to get rid of the craving. There are no chemicals, no nicotine, no taste, and no side effects. Make quitting your New Year's resolution. With Smoke Remedy's guarantee, you will quit or get your money back. Go to SmokeRemedy.com today and save 20%. That's SmokeRemedy.com. SmokeRemedy.com.
Calling all makeup lovers. Bare Minerals Foundation just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size risk-free trial of our #1 selling foundation. Plus, a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-953-6233. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel. And it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin for all skin types. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row. And now you can try it for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals Foundation and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-953-6233. 1-800-953-6233.
If you're overwhelmed by debt and thinking about going to a credit counseling company for help, think again, because the majority of those companies actually work for the credit card companies, and they make the credit card companies a lot of money from people just like you. But there's another way out of debt, and it's not bankruptcy. A way to reduce your debts and save you thousands of dollars. Even better, you can find out how for free by calling 1-800-508-2757. At Freedom Debt Relief, we're not a credit counseling organization. We're not a debt consolidation company. We offer a unique alternative to save you the most money possible to resolve your debt in the shortest amount of time. If you're thinking about a credit counselor, ask yourself this. Are they working for you or the credit card companies? Reduce your debts and save thousands of dollars by learning the secrets to settling your debt. For free information, call 1-800-508-2757. That's 1-800-508-2757. 1-800-508-2757.
If online dating is turning you off, we'll turn you on to a smarter way of dating. Introducing It's Just Lunch, the world's #1 personalized matchmaking service for professional singles.
They know what you're interested in, they know what you're looking for, and their matchmakers were fantastic.
It's almost like a friend calling you and saying, hey, I have this perfect girl for you.
We're bringing a more successful way of dating to the table. Call 800-THE-DATE today and find out what an It's Just Lunch matchmaker can do for you. That's 800-THE-DATE.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Yeah, this next guy, Patton, Mr. I know what I'm talking about. He starts off, he talks about loving O&A and breaking down the whole Yakov dinner adventure. Maybe you think that's funny, but I got things to do. He talks a lot about reading Moby Dick. Now, that's good reading. That's good American reading. It's all this pornography and smut. I just want to go to the job site, make my living, come home, support my family, have a dinner roll.
What's he up to?
Well, we're going to find out what Patton Oswalt is all about. We were having a nice conversation.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was talking about an old clip from our show that I think his brother gave him, and he loved it.
Patton, how you doing, man?
Hello, man.
What's slapping in?
You want to tell Ann what we were talking about? Because it's definitely worth mentioning on the air.
It's the clip of you, and someone combined it on YouTube. It's the clip of you guys dissecting Barry Williams' Branson show, and then goes right into Yakov's dinner adventure. I think I've watched that. I'm not exact, but probably like 10 times at this point. God. Especially because that's my nightmare for where my career will end up. Of like, okay, you got to think about this crowd and what they, because what really is scary about that clip is what they're selling is for one night you get to have the world the way you want it, which is nice, and quiet and slow, and it's nice. Remember when the woman's like, "You kept the food hot," and she goes, "I don't know how you did it," and you realize what these people can afford is a lot of places where the food probably isn't hot, or they don't cook it really well, and there's nothing they can say about it. They have no power anymore.
Powerless.
So it's like for one night, it's a world where the food is hot. There's no blacks. This night you get to have the world like it was in 1941 when you were still healthy and you weren't looking at death. Like that's all that is.
We might have to podcast that, Sam.
That is
write it down.
A great assessment of that.
And then the magnetic trays we were talking about, and there was a reason for the magnetic trays.
Here's the reason for the magnetic trays. They realized if we get rid of the tables, we can pack 200 more people into this room and seat them and feed them like pigs. Like literally. And I think one of you guys were saying, and when the show's over, they just take a fire hose to the floor and tables and just wash it into a sluice gate, probably at the bottom of the auditorium, and then just get the next round of pigs.
The next batch.
Because they do like 5 shows a day. Like, get them in.
Yes.
Move.
Move them through.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then also the care that my personal chef takes. And as he's saying it, there's footage of just mass trays coming out with plastic covers to keep it hot. Like the visual totally negates everything that he's bragging about. My personal chef. He totally slaves over this.
Yes, slaving over the frozen chicken cordon bleu that he gets by the fucking, the shipping containers are out back full of chicken.
You don't think the chef was making it all fresh?
I don't think
it's
so.
Weird. Yeah, and it's weird that he says that it's making it fresh, and yet they show a platoon of frightened Venezuelans who are working in his kitchen that are terrified of being hit. Like it is the most horrifying. Oh God, that's so many.
It's one of our greatest discoveries ever.
I'm
when we learned about this. Yeah,
with Branson, that whole thing that we were watching that guy. What's his name? Kirby the magician.
Oh yeah,
and it was like this horrible trying to look like Vegas thing, but the tricks just weren't good, and it wasn't the glitz. It was Branson.
A little off. Also, you watch it and realize, oh wait, this is 9:30 in the morning. This isn't Rat Pack stuff. This is
right.
And then we're gonna have my nap afterward, and then 3 o'clock dinner, and then we'll go to sleep. And that's That's
Branson.
waiting for so many of us.
I told Pat
Yes.
if he enjoyed that, he has to do the Joe Piscopo one we did. Where you came in that day and said, you gotta see this Showtime Joe Piscopo special.
Woke up in the middle of the night, opened my eye, and Joe Piscopo was on. It was a new special that he had. It was Club Piscopo, it was called. And it's like him going, doodle-you-doo, just doing like Frank Sinatra stuff, telling stories in between the songs.
This was recent.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Most recent Showtime special.
Yes.
Maybe a year ago at this point.
Oh, this is just...
I was stupefied.
I was when I was in Staten Island. I was telling Opie that he has he had it when I was there. He had like a residency at some hotel that he was doing like out on Staten Island, which I thought that's kind of cool. Like he's out like while you're in Manhattan doing stuff out on Staten Island.
Yeah,
Joe Piscopo's going up right now and doing a show, but a whole show. Oh, is that like on? Can I just got XM Radio Satellite 103. I got that station which has you guys on it now. And I just look so
nice.
riding around LA. It justifies all my anger.
E-Rock's actually going to burn a CD of the Joe Piscopo.
I would.
For you.
Oh man,
I think you would enjoy that if you like the Yakov / Barry.
Well, the
Williams
Yakov
stuff.
thing is great because they match the visuals to everything you guys are talking about.
I love
which
that they're
really
doing that.
adds to the horror of what you're seeing. Like as bad as your descriptions are, all the visuals back up every single thing you're saying. Yeah.
I'm hoping
There's no denying it.
I'm hoping someone does that with the Happy Days thing we did yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Because that'll do really well. And discovered a Happy Days episode where they handle the
racial issue.
The racial issue.
Yeah. It was
Tom Bosley has a black friend.
It was one of the original ones. Not in front of the live studio audience. It was done on film. It was one of the original ones. And yeah, he was going to be the best man at a black guy's wedding. And they had the black guy at his house, and they had the stereotypical neighbor come over and go, oh. She's all like scared because he's a black guy.
We watched the whole episode yesterday.
Wow!
On this show.
Well, there's
whole
also
thing.
that clip where you guys. I can't believe I'm like it's like I'm a nerd that win a morning with Opie and Anthony. And then remember that one episode that you did when you. But there's this episode where you guys dissected, and this is also on YouTube. The Dudley episode of Different and in which you uttered the line Dudley's a goer. But then there was a website, I think it's College Humor, or it might be another website, but they pointed out all those very special episodes where a kid is molested, or someone is raped, or someone has cancer.
Overdoses.
Yeah, or overdoses. Those were live tapings for an audience, most of which had traveled from the Midwest. Like, we're going to go to L.A., we're going to go see a show, and they've bought a ticket, and they've sat there for 4 hours to watch a kid get raped. Their big Hollywood trip ends with watching a show about a kid being molested.
They just wanted to laugh.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you were saying they were the lucky audience.
And it was the best birthday I ever had.
Yeah, they just wanted to escape.
One of those shows, like, I'm going to see the show. It's a comedy. We all laugh.
We watch it every week.
Yeah, we watch it. And they got to sit there and be the audience that goes, that low, like,
The other one time they hear Arnold say, "What you talking about?" It's to a man about to rape his friend in a fucking empty tub.
Right.
What you talking about? It's not the same
the catchphrase
fun tone.
isn't as fun. Right.
Yeah, it's really, what you talking about?
Yeah.
This
we do
our
like
anniversary.
We do like picking things apart on the show.
That's fun. The Happy Days one is the latest one. That was
that was yesterday.
It was fun.
Fun to watch them juggle the racial issue and
it was
so Gary Marshall style.
Yeah. Yes, it was done so ham-handedly.
You got a clip there,
just
Sam?
Awful.
Or no?
I'm just looking up to see what's out. There's a 4.5-hour YouTube video, which is the all parts, the saga of you guys and Joe Piscopo.
Wow.
So if you have 4.5
Are there
hours,
visuals and stuff?
Because I think
there are some throughout.
I think
okay.
The next day we had him on the show.
Yeah, it was a trilogy.
You were saying,
it was a trilogy.
Yeah.
It's 5 parts, E-Rock is saying, and then then he started coming in. And he's getting girls pregnant all over the place. And we're like, will you stop?
He's an animal, Piscopo.
He's an animal. We love him.
Yeah.
In the end, we love the guy.
Oh, he loves throwing that seed around, that Piscopo seed.
Yeah.
Man, he just knocks these young girls up.
He's got to fertilize the earth.
Yes,
when the earth loses its Episcopo, the dead will walk the earth. That's why Episcopo's
We
here.
could get him on the phone right now if you want to say hi, Patton.
Jesus.
I wouldn't know what to say.
Want a quick phone call with Joe?
We put the whole thing on a podcast, too, so it's out there.
Okay, good.
The whole...
Right. I'm telling you, the Joe Piscopo stuff is terrific.
I love he just refuses to pull out. Like, I really respect him.
Oh, yeah.
He's had nothing but bad luck, and he just won't stop fucking aiming for the womb.
He is a fertile guy.
Holy shit, this guy's batting fucking 870. What Hall of Fame numbers he has.
Yes. I almost want to just play the Joe Piscopo now.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, it was so much fun.
And then I saw you're all over Channel 11 here in New York. You're all over that, the King of Queens, and then I turn on. Then you're at the video store at Seinfeld.
Oh yeah, that role.
That's
my
great,
that was when you that was my first TV role, and that's the classic first timer on TV. I'm there just to set up. Jason Alexander doing something funny, and I'm trying to get a laugh from my all I'm saying is, I'm sorry, sir, it doesn't work that way, and I'm putting so much spin on each of my words. Like,
I'm going to make something of myself.
Nothing. So it's out. Someone has it.
Out? Oh no, I've been to 4 other places. You're the only ones that have had it.
Well, I can put it on reserve for you if you'd like.
Maybe we could call them and ask them to return.
Oh, sorry, we can't do that. Boom! It's
I could go pick it up.
Attitude. I don't think so. It doesn't work that way? Doesn't work that way? Oh, damn it! And then there's my back. Oh, I just...
Wait a minute. That was one of your first times on TV, though?
That was my very first paid acting gig on TV.
Wow, that's
absolute first one.
Shit.
That was the first one, 1994.
Good for you.
Wow,
and then
man.
I got a
hell of a start.
Well, after it aired, I got this call from a not even a friend of mine from high school, like this acquaintance that was like, hey, I checked you out on TV. I go, oh, hey, thanks, man. He goes, yeah, I'm thinking, maybe I'm getting into acting now, Like, I was thinking about this. And I go, and this is a guy that never was, and I go, oh, okay. He goes, yeah, so I'm going to maybe come, if I came out, like I could crash in your spare room or something. And I said, well, I'm living in a studio apartment. My bed is in my kitchen. And he's like, oh, come on, man. I just saw you on TV. And now you're trying to, I go, what do you mean? He goes, wow. You have a house. I saw you on TV. You have a house.
Just because you're
and I was like, I made less on that gig than I have on any. Like, that basically got me an AfterCard. I didn't even get money off of that.
Yeah.
So
people actually will think that. I was guilty of the same thing with our own Greg Opie Hughes here. Right, well. Back when I was just doing Opie's show from 7 to midnight.
I was a big deal as a single
out on Long Island.
Sir.
Oh, I didn't.
Out on Long Island.
I was kicking ass on Long Island.
I'll check your Wikipedia page.
Yeah, go read it. WBAB is out on Long Island.
Doing very well for myself.
And I would come in like maybe once a week and do something. And then I was like, oh, why don't you come over to my house? We'll hang out. I'm like, holy fuck, this is fucking cool. Yeah. And he tells me where to go, and I'm driving. I'm like, wait, this isn't. This should be like a gated community mansion. And then I pull up to this house and he's like, hey, what's up? And I look around and it's just
a shitty house, and I don't even have the whole house.
No, you didn't even have the whole house.
I'm running the top half.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I started thinking, because it was in Northport, and I'm just kind of like, oh, this must just be his summer home. Like, Opie's summering in Northport.
Summering.
You know how people go to Northport just to chill out? Sorry.
Yeah. It was an old house, a lot of rusted shit in the yard and the backyard.
Yeah. I was
porch.
Just like, oh, man, I thought...
Had to deal with a horrible landlord.
He's got his own radio show. He's got to be wealthy.
What did you guys do in the house together that day?
Yeah,
we actually watched The Crow.
Did we really?
Yeah, it was The Crow.
There's something so creepy about you guys in that house watching The Crow. That's so random.
Little did we know the future would be this.
Yeah.
And it was, I remember though, because it was like there was no lights on either. It was really dark.
Of course it was. You're off the air at midnight. So going for 2 in the morning, fucking brew and crow
in the house, like in that little living room area.
I didn't have money to pay the electric bill.
Oh, God, it's so funny. You guys watching The Crow at 2 in the morning
together, and
like, I have plans to conquer New York.
talking about
going to happen.
Yes.
But it continued in Boston. We were kicking ass together now, and we weren't making any money.
No.
We finally made money when we came back to New York.
I realized very quickly that was a fallacy, that if you're on the radio, you're wealthy.
We were huge in Boston, and we were still struggling. More or less.
Yeah, Opie was living with my mother-in-law.
Yeah, I lived with her for 6 months going, fuck, that's 6 months of rent I don't have to deal with.
Right. You can get some savings or something.
Yes.
We moved in. We all were living there. Me, my wife at the time, and Opie, and the mother-in-law, living in her little fucking townhouse. And but my wife and her mother got along so poorly that it was like day one. She's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I got to get away from this bitch.
And I go to Ed. I'm like, well, you guys are leaving, but this is great. I like this.
Fucking, she cooks dinner.
She actually did my laundry. Yeah. I think she made the bed every day when I went to do the radio show with Ann. I'm like, and my chick at the time didn't want to move to Boston. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'll just stay where I am.
That's what I was thinking at the time, too. It was kind of like, oh, I could fucking, save up some money. I don't know how we got into this.
I don't know.
This is depressing. All the millennials out there. Yeah, can we get off on a different subject right now? Because I'm living with my parents. I have a law degree, for God's sakes.
Yes.
Oh, the Piscopo Saga. Piscopo Saga. Sorry, I'm looking at the...
I don't even know if you need the visual on that one. I think you could just pop that.
We play a little audio,
driving around. Yeah.
I lived at home until I was 30, and you know how I remember I met a girl in Vegas when I was opening for Dice at the fucking Venetian, and she thought I was fucking hot shit. And I was joking with her. I was being sarcastic. I'm like, yeah, I got a Jag and a Benz, and she's like, really? Oh no! Oh my God. She believed it. Oh. And then she fucking I flew her to Jersey when I lived with Florentine.
Oh no!
And I'll never forget when she saw what a fucking hunk of garbage my apartment was because I had the roof leaking.
Remember?
She's like, do you have any vodka? And I gave her fucking vodka, and I just taught her chess in my living room. It was fucking...
That was your whole
That was my time. It was
wow.
I felt so bad about that.
Black mold on the walls.
Yeah. We did a Cribs with Jim Norton. We actually went through his place.
Really?
When I was 33 years old.
It was unbelievable how much mold he had in that joint.
It was terrible.
I love how she immediately goes, do you have any vodka? Like, can I just numb this?
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, like I'm about to get surgery in the Old West. Just give me some bourbon, and let's get this over with.
Where's the Benz?
You gotta tell him real fast before we move on to other shit. You would bring girls back to your parents' house.
Well, I was in my late 20s. Yeah, I'd get blown in the fuck. I remember me and my friend Larry got a fucking pregnant prostitute in my fucking grandmother's, where she's dead, but in her basement. And this girl sparked up a crack pipe. She sparked up a fucking crack. I'll never forget that. 9 months
in
pregnant.
Grandma's house.
Yeah, my parents' house.
Oh, in your parents' house.
Jim, you casually rushed by about 8 horrific things just to get to the point of your story. I got to blow this pregnant prostitute. It's my grandma. She's dead. So anyway, wait a minute. We're just rushing by all that shit? Where are we heading? Like, what's the kicker of this, of all that? Like, don't worry about that.
It's just the illusion of wealth people have. They think that you're doing better in show business. They have no idea.
Yeah, that is true.
I lived in this house. Just show them the photo being pulled up. That's all. I lived in this house until I was doing comedy for 13 years. 10 years to 13 years is when I lived here. Just the photo. Don't even show them the whole house. It's too long.
But yeah, just show them.
Oh, Lord.
There's all the mold on the ceiling.
God.
Yeah, this is online if you guys want to check it out.
Oh, behind that picture. That is disgusting.
Look at it. The mold is leaking.
Watch when they lift that picture up. This is so fucking
they were hiding
terrible.
the mold with that picture, obviously.
No, I don't want to.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah, this is where I lived,
There's
man.
mold.
Here we go. Okay, they are lifting a picture up. Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, no.
That's like Amityville horror shit.
That's
right there.
Isn't that, and it's under, of course, a nice framed Chagall.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my framed Chagall. Isn't that like, isn't that weird brain-eating mold?
That's just
you have to flee the house
that's
once
the
you
black
have
mold,
it?
yes. Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
This doesn't seem that long ago.
Yeah, it's fucking...
It's got to be 13 years ago, right?
What are we in, 2013?
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's 13 years ago.
Yeah, I'd been at it probably almost nearly 20 years before I could afford a house. There's not that much. Wow. People see you because you have so much exposure. People don't realize that fame and fortune are usually completely opposite.
Yeah.
You know, you can be very famous and have zero fortune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is a fucking long process to make any kind of fucking real money, man. And people are so disappointed when they realize that you're broke.
If you're on TV, you have a shitload of money. That's the The illusion.
Yeah. And then when you start making money, one of the first things you have to do is start paying off all the debt you accrue to even get. Like I had so much debt that there was nothing I could do about it. Like I have to keep living in this debt because this is the life I'm living. And then thank God I was able to finally pay it off.
That's exactly, yes, that happened to me too with credit cards and shit. Yeah. I was like, I just resigned to the fact that I am going to be paying the minimum balance for the rest of my life.
Oh, yeah. How many times? I remember one time, oh, God, okay, I was in San Francisco, my phone got cut off because I hadn't paid the bill. So I got to walk down. I was rolling nickels and quarters. I had this huge bucket of change, and I sat there for a few hours and rolled enough to literally, I had like $200 in nickels. I had them in a big bag, a trash bag, and I walked down to the office, the phone company office, where you literally can pay it in person and get it turned on right there. So I'm lugging this trash bag down Clement Street so I can go pay my bill. And there's this kid, I was like 20 at the time, he was like 17, a able-bodied, totally healthy young kid begging on Clement Street. Just like, hey, you getting change? Like, just, again, this is like early 90s. And I was like, I am really sorry, I don't have any money. And I actually stopped. There's no reason to talk to this idiot. And I'm like, I got to go pay this phone. I have just enough to pay it. I got to get my phone turned back on. And because I'm trying to be a member of society, you able-bodied young man. So then I go to the office, I pay it, but I had like 87 cents left. Like, oh, I actually had more than I thought. Nice. I was so happy that when I was going back, I passed him and I went, "Hey, man, look, I got some change," and I gave him my change because I was in such a good mood.
Oh man!
And then he stopped and he went, "You said you were broke, you fucking asshole!"
Jesus! Holy shit!
So okay, that's got it.
Yeah.
You don't realize people can rip you off on credit cards too. That's a problem. When you get into credit card debt, I had $3,000 on each one, and then all of a sudden I had like a $10,000 hit. Whoa. I used to go to these prostitutes and pay with a credit card. I really would. It would never occur to me that they would rip you off.
Oh, really? The prostitutes wouldn't rip you off.
Yeah. So I had to call and fucking get $10,000 worth of fucking bullshit charges taken on my credit cards.
Well, that's weird because you haven't seen the Jim Norton Memorial thank you from all the prostitutes for all the rice cookers and laundry machines you bought them. There's a whole that joke went fucking oh my god, could not have been sweatier or clankier. Jim, did you see one time? Oh fuck,
clankier.
I literally limped my way towards a non-punchline, right?
I threw out a dumb story that there really was nowhere to go with. I gave you the beginning, middle, and end. There's nowhere to go with it.
Why? That's an amazing story without the details.
I didn't even mention that they were trannies. I mean, believe me. Thank God I didn't throw that in.
But Jim's face was literally, I was like a special kid. Trying to get there with him. Like, let's let him tell his story. And then, when you, oh God.
Jimmy, when a pregnant hooker shows up, Are you pissed?
She didn't show up. We picked her up.
Oh, Christ.
How pregnant?
8.5 months, 9 months. I mean,
oh my God.
Yeah, no bullshit. No.
And you had no problem?
No problem with it?
I don't remember why we did that. I remember she blew both of us. She blew me and Larry, and then she sparked up a crack pipe right by my grandmother's old bookcase. And she had a copy of Johnny We Hardly Knew Ye in the bookcase about JFK.
Maybe they were Jimmy and his friend were reading The Good Earth. They're like, oh, the scene where she gives birth in the rice field. Let's just try to recreate that.
Was there any guilt?
Yeah, a little bit.
That she was 8.5, 9 months pregnant?
Yeah. No, it was the drugs I felt bad about. Like, man, you ever smell coke when it's being cooked? It's a fucking...
No.
It's a very distinct odor. And I was worried my parents would fucking smell it.
Oh, man. Were they upstairs at the time?
Yeah.
You bring a fucking pregnant hooker into the downstairs part of the house when your parents... I remember being nervous, like, just having a girl over on the couch doing normal... fucking shit, making out and dry humping.
You were worried they were going to come check it out, right?
What was that? Is that not a pregnant hooker smoking crack next to Johnny We Hardly Knew Ye?
I can't wait till Jim gets his Louis-style show and his pitching stories. So in this episode, there's a pregnant, like 3 months. Oh, no, 9. She's got to be 9, ready to pop. She'll be smoking crack.
Trust me, Jim already has that show written and is just trying to get rid of it.
Can we get the clearance to use the book Johnny We Hardly Knew? I need that in the shot. I need that to frame the left side of her face as she's doing it.
The camera has to pan to that before commercial.
So, Pat, what are you promoting? We haven't even mentioned Patton's promoting.
Oh, right, yeah.
Whatever happened to Moby Dick? Is that a book you've written? Or,
yeah.
I was saying.
No, I'm there's two things I'm doing. The next Tuesday is the season 2 premiere of The Heart She Holler, which is an Adult Swim show that the guys they did Wonder Shows. I don't know if you ever watched Wonder Shows, and Wonder Shows is amazing. It's like if Sesame Street were on bath salts, and they go and just drive people in New York insane and do. They have these things like. Kids on the street, kids on the beat kids, and it's like kids doing the news. So there's a kid, they dress a kid as Hitler, and then he's talking to me like, what do you think is wrong with the youth of today? Like, these old people are like, why are you dressed as Hitler? Like, they're so upset. And then they also send this kid to the racetrack to talk to just these old people at the racetrack. And this one little kid's like, I can do an impression of you. And this sweet old man's like, really? Yeah. Gamble, 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 die. So those guys did this show called The Heart She Holler, which is like, think of the most annoying Brooklyn hipster and what they think the South is, they think a red state is, and then give that person bath salts, and that's what the show is. It's just this insane inbred, and we did 6 episodes 2 years ago, and Adult Swim liked it so much they went, why don't you do 14 more? We're going to run them every single night of the month like a soap opera. So it's this weird. Wow. They're each like 11 minutes long, and it's the most
nice. They do short shows on Adult Swim.
They
right?
do very short. It has that nice, like, cool. If it's only 11 minutes, just do 11 minutes. Make it great. And it is the most disgusting shit I've ever done on camera.
Oh, wow.
The weirdest shit I've ever done. If you want to watch, like, people crawling into women's vaginas and a woman. There's a scene they showed last night. They did a thing at the Nighthawk in Brooklyn where a guy. Oh God, this is so gross. I'll just put it this way. A woman does him from behind because something is sticking out of his rear that she is riding. And I'll just leave it at that. It's horrifying.
I would gather.
Is she sharing a dildo with his asshole in her vagina?
You know what? See, that would be nice. No, it's something even worse.
Nice. A very solid log.
Thank you.
Wow.
I didn't want to be the one to say it. So, but it's brilliant. It's a brilliant show. And then now that I've said all that, next Saturday, the 21st in LA, I'm doing the Los Angeles Public Library is doing this celebration of Moby Dick.
Wow, look at
that.
So
I'm doing 3 readings. I'm just going to go to 3 different libraries and read sections from Moby Dick, which they've sent me these sections. I mean, I've never read all of Moby Dick. I'll admit it. Sorry. That is a seriously fucked up book.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that goes on in that book. It's just pages and pages of just psychosis. So I'm going to be reading some of the weirdest parts because doing this whole thing.
Put on a dramatic reading voice?
I think I'm going to try to, and then I'm going to get confused and angry because these passages are really, really weird. I didn't know that Herman Melville was so
twisted.
Damaged. Yeah, like
just
a
twisted.
Damaged guy.
Yeah.
How long is each passage?
Each like a page and a half, like really quick, and then I'll talk to the audience about like what the hell just happened, like, and there'll be people there that there's already people like because I was announcing it on Twitter, and then they're like, hey, make sure to read this passage and I've been looking some of them up, and they're really hard.
There's some twisted shit in there, like his fucking captain and the cabin boy and shit. And,
there's a lot of like. There's all these references, or at least they allude to the idea that he hates this whale so much that he's gone to all these islands of different savages, and he's storing these like Zoroastrians and these crazy religious fanatics, but he keeps them stored like under the decks, and they just sit there smoking weed all day and going crazy. And the minute the whale surfaces, he's going to like let these maniacs loose to go kill this thing. So on the deck of the ship is Queequeg and Ishmael, all these guys, but then underneath of it, it's like the gathering of the Juggalos, and he's just giving them all PCP, and they're going to go kill this thing.
Just throw them out like a cluster bomb of savages.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So.
I had no idea. I've never read the book.
No, I haven't either. I know nothing.
I think I might have to read that one.
That's cool.
I just hear the name and giggle.
Yeah.
Can't help it.
Well, also what I didn't know about the book was Herman Melville was this hugely successful, like, killer diller author, money, fame, and then he spent all these years writing his great American music, and it ruined him, and he died penniless and kind of crazy. Yeah, this thing just ate him alive, and he wouldn't. And they put it out. Everyone hated it. Like all their reviews were like, "This is the worst, most unreadable piece of shit." This guy flushed his career down the toilet.
When did it become a classic?
I think like 50 years after he was dead. Wow. Yeah, it was really weird. He just kind of blew it. So.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was a guy, like imagine, think of like Bruce Springsteen, and then all of a sudden he stops doing music for 10 years and then comes out with this weird atonal, like he's just banging on like a Dixie cup with a mummified penis for 4 hours, and everyone's like, that's it. He goes, this is all I'm doing from now on. They're like, God, he's going, and then he just ends up like dying in a men's hotel somewhere.
But then 50 years later, people dig that.
Like, this is the greatest album ever.
Do you know the history of how it turned it around and how it became a classic?
I don't know. I still got to read that part because it's it is a fascinating story about a guy burning his life to the ground, and then that becomes a thing. And then his big bestseller books, no one gives a shit about. That were bestsellers during his lifetime. No one reads anymore.
What was his life and death years roughly?
I don't know.
Did he die in the 1900s or the 1800s?
I think he died in the late 1800s, but don't quote me. Yeah, there you go. Get on Wikipedia.
We're gonna have to do that.
Yeah. He's also one of his big bestsellers was called Umo. OOMO, and if you do crossword puzzles, you see that a lot. Yeah. It just says Melville novel. Oh, this person needs vowels in his puzzle, so here comes Umo. No Umo, because that's going to be the one in there.
Well, you got 1819 to 1891.
He lived the fucking, what was he, 73?
Almost made it. 72 years old, right?
Lived a long life, died miserable.
You doing animation still?
Yeah, I do. Well, now I because my daughter is 4 and we watch all these animated shows, and then sometimes I'll tweet about them I can't get the Doc McStuffins tune out of my head.
Of course.
And then they'll call me and go, "Hey, you want to do a voice?" I'm like, yeah. All of your favorite 90s musicians are all doing kid shows now. Mickey Mouse Clubhouses, They Might Be Giants. They do all the music. Doc McStuffins is that girl from Letters to Cleo.
Oh, shit.
And she's like this big songwriter and does so. It's like all of your alt 90 darlings.
That's where they went.
They all went there.
They knew where. There's cash in that, right?
Oh my God, it's crazy. They don't have to tour. They're happy.
It's got to be easy to write.
My son's go-to movie in the car is Ratatouille. So when I saw Patton, I'm like, can I just choke you, please?
I'm so sorry.
Because when these kids latch onto a movie, they will not let go for a long time.
I will say though that's
I love the
very
movie,
smart
by the way.
Kid that can watch Ratatouille at age 3.
He loves it.
And
although he makes us fast forward through the scary parts, the whole rainstorm in the beginning and stuff.
Well, because the shotgun, it's really dark.
Yeah, he knows when he's
scary
like
part.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to turn it off. He goes, just fast forward for me.
Yeah, I want to see the rest of it.
That's crazy.
Just be happy that because one of the things my daughter is into is that Dora the Explorer.
That's okay.
Dora the Explorer. You like Dora the Explorer? How much do you like it? 1, 2, 3.
He knows.
Oh no! Oh God!
For us, it's Caillou. Caillou's the whiny little
bald.
He's a whiny little fuck, and then I hear my son imitating Caillou. I'm like, no, you're not going to imitate Caillou.
Yeah, it's and also now a lot of these,
I hate. That's the only one I can't stand out of all the kids' programs.
Yeah, and she loves and that little theme, that weird. I'm Caillou.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Do you do animation voices, Jim? Because you have an amazing voice for animation. You should be doing voiceovers.
Thank you. I wish there was somebody else in my career that felt that way. A person of power or influence that was managing me.
When you guys were playing the early Jim Norton thing with that voice, it sounded like you were doing a voice.
Yeah. How we doing? Oh, I should have had my throat cut.
Yeah.
That's back at was that here? We did it at NEW.
It was just
played that
over,
recently.
Best of.
Yeah.
We just played it last week.
Amazing.
Who came in? Patrice, fucking Vos.
Yeah, they were all. It was like they brought in the Magnificent Seven of Ballbusters and then found the most embarrassing technique. Like it was the perfect storm of ball busting.
That's exactly.
We've done a few of those over the years. They're very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We've played some of our old radio shows from the beginning, and
you don't get
Jimmy Jimmy's whole
like
stand-up.
4 words before somebody just jumps in and starts pounding
what?
you. Yeah,
so
horrible.
It's humiliating.
Jimmy's voice.
It is.
Mine was terrible.
Yeah, people.
Oh, like me.
What were you? What were you dressed in? Like, how were you dressed? What were you wearing?
It should have been a fucking suit with my hands over my chest and a sack pillow. I was wearing fucking baggy purple, like fucking workout pants.
No!
And dude, I was a cunt, and a fucking black like mock turtleneck. I was
wow,
just a zilch. An absolute zero.
At the time, you thought you looked good, though.
Oh, my God, I sure did. High energy, smiling. You know, they're enjoying me.
Always greet him with a smile and be totally inclusive.
I listened to
no one left out.
You know, that like me shit. You gotta be likable. You gotta be likable. And when you first start, you hear that, and you know, you want the industry to like. It's all this nonsense you buy into that, thank God, some of us get out of. And you know,
well, how much nonsense? Remember when you would buy into the idea that if you fuck up at this club or anger this club, in your mind, it's a network.
Right,
and they all talk to each other, and you'll be banned from all.
Right.
Like suddenly you have a cabaret card and it's 1961, and you're going to be banned, and then you realize later, it would have actually helped my career if certain club owners had hated me immediately.
Yeah.
Because the word would have gotten out that, this guy's actually good if this asshole doesn't like him.
Yeah, if he hates him or, fuck him.
There's no loyalty. You could burn down the Cleveland Improv and they'd still hire you in Baltimore.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They really don't. So, yeah, there was always that, so frustrating.
How do you know, like, when you're starting out like that, what to even wear? Like, I'm wearing these purple things. Like, was it calculated? Did you go into that closet and be like, tonight I'm on stage, let me get that? Or did you just throw on
Club
what was
owner
clean?
gave me them. This guy, Mark Vito, who runs Club Casbah, and Wildwood gave me a couple of baggy pants. I just thought they were kind of cool, and I would tuck my shirt in.
Here's the one I wore during my fight with you, Rock. Blue shorts.
Exactly.
I would always try to I would always try to dress like in the subtle comedian uniform.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe like the suit jacket, but then the jeans, and then the bright sneakers. Like, come on, he's a little. You don't know what's gonna come out of this guy. He's dressed for fun, and then the T-shirt under the suit jacket with a weird ironic logo on it. You know, look, it's the Mr. Bubble logo. I'm nuts. We don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, if I'm willing to put this on, what's gonna happen? Oh, Jesus, it's so pathetic, so needy. There's nothing. That's what's hard about watching you when you're yourself when you're young. It's not that you're not funny; it's that you're needy. You're so needy.
It was both.
Yeah,
I was not funny and I was needy.
That's that. When we were going through old radio stuff, I was
so happy to be there.
Months out of doing construction, so I was just so happy.
But you get a pass.
I'm like, oh my God, so everything was so like, oh yeah, over the top, fun. I was just so eager to anything. I'd throw in an imitation. I must perform
because the attic was waiting for you.
Yes, that attic was.
So you kind of have a pass. You came out of this kid. Anthony came out of. He came out of nowhere, though.
But it is,
I started,
and that's where he's going.
I started this shit when I was 18. He's in his 30s, comes out of nowhere, and fucking boom.
Boom. But you know what his advantage was, and yours too, is because you started young and you started with the past you had. You had this cliff of darkness behind you. There's nothing to fall back on. So you've got to work twice. It makes you work twice as hard when you have got nothing.
We both had nothing.
Like I had when I started doing stand up, I kind of blew everything else.
Right.
And I realized I can't work in every office I worked in. Either people hated me or I hated it, and I had a terrible attitude because I'm just like, I have a clip to my back.
Yeah.
If I fall back, I will fall off the planet and be gone. So
you're one of those people that they fell through the cracks of society.
I literally, that's where I would have ended up. I would have ended somewhere.
All those guys almost made it.
Yeah.
Because that's the other side of this. There's guys that almost made it but had the cliff at their back and they fucking fell.
How many comedic geniuses do we know? Truly visionary guys that just never they're just gone, or they're still around. But what do you do?
Or they made bad decisions. A lot of them, or a lot of people wanted to just work the big road headliners of like 1992. I started 1990, and a lot of those guys began in the 80s. And they headlined before they were ready because the 80s had a fucking million clubs, so everyone got to headline.
Oh, yeah.
And then they got bottlenecked, squeezed out in the fucking early 90s, and they couldn't find work. And like those guys that would work in like 92, 93, they're gone now. There's no, because a lot of those rooms aren't around.
So also they got used to a certain lifestyle of, I make this much money, I do this. And the people that survived when the boom stopped, and there were people that did make it, but those are the ones who are like, I got to get some other shitty job and keep doing stand-up until it comes around again.
Yeah,
some people did do that. But you're right, there were some people that are like, I used to headline at I used to headline at a club chain that does not exist.
It doesn't even exist
and
anymore.
no one cares.
Yeah,
you know? And there were also those guys that, they wrote their 45 minutes and then they just, I'm done writing.
Yep, exactly.
I got my 45.
Dude, that's my life.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My life's comedy.
I don't understand those guys.
Why would I go on stage for no money?
You see, some of those guys come through, once a year, and you go see them. You're like, what are you doing?
It's the same thing.
Same exact thing.
Isn't it fun? I thought it was fun writing jokes. That was the whole point of doing this. You have to do the same shit over and over again.
New stuff.
Yeah. Those guys, I'm merciless with those guys. They're fucking lazy.
Yeah.
It's like, you're fucking lazy. Fucking write a joke or try a joke.
There was
same fucking dog shit inflection for 10 years. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
On HBO, I think it's HBO Classic Comedy, whatever the fuck it is. They play a lot of the old specials from the 80s and stuff. And you see these guys and you're like, oh yeah, that guy. And he had like a little fame back then. And you realize you never saw this guy after like the boom of stand-up comedy. They're gone.
Are they? I was going to ask, are they still doing comedy, but in some
Who
weird
the
fucking
fuck even knows?
places, or
disappear?
I don't even know.
Some of them just disappear, man.
A lot of the guys that I started with in D.C., these headliners ended up on morning radio doing AM.
Oh, really?
Not like satellite stuff, but I mean like AM, local, and angry, like beyond conservative. And like there was I remember a guy that I used to work with, and we weren't really friends, work with him, and he was going off about, I used to be a comedian and black people in clubs. Let me tell you something, because I've actually experienced it. I'm like,
was it Kramer?
It was, but it was like, I see what you're saying, but you're basing a political philosophy on 3 bad nights that you had at Garvin's, which, by the way, were bad nights. But you need to that was his argument with the call. Yeah. Oh, you ever do Garvin's?
No, but I remember the name from DC.
Garvin's was their big claim to fame. They're gone. Is that they had Dave Chappelle starting out. He got his start there, and they treated him like such absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
That he left for New York. And then I remember another club, not Garvin's, but one a lot like Garvin's. Dave Chappelle was getting ready for his first hour, the Killing Them Softly, and his managers called the club and said, Dave would like to do the weekend. You can have him for $800 for the whole weekend. He just wants to do sets. This is the last minute. All you got to do is give him $800. So this is Dave Chappelle, right?
Yeah, he probably just wanted some money.
It was already Dave Chappelle.
Food or pay for his own.
Exactly.
Right.
And they wouldn't pay him. They wouldn't do it. And then I heard the 2 managers talking, and one of them was like, fucking kid used to MC here for $25 a set 5 years ago, and suddenly got to give him $800. It's like, well, because he's not the kid like in their mind, you're just frozen there, and that's
you're still the same piece.
How great is it they're gone? How great is it?
The whole thing just collapsed.
That's great.
Yeah.
It is nice when you get a club from a scumbag club owner running it, and then it just goes belly up. Good. That fuck.
Yeah. It's just the.
It happened with bands too. When we used to play, and at the end of the night, you go to get paid, and there's always a problem. We had the door count, and it was this. It's like we had our own guy with it. And I gotta go with my guy. And you're like, you're going to screw me on 25 people? You prick.
Like you do realize this can't sustain. Like eventually your club is just going to collapse.
Right.
There's no way if you keep pissing the talent off, no one will come
fucking
back
everyone
here.
over.
Right. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
And they all try to. They all try to fuck you for 8 seats or 10 seats. Or no, we're doing a golden ticket thing, but you weren't supposed to because we have a contracted ticket price. They all try to get an extra few dollars.
See, that's what, again, if they were trying trying to fuck me over for 20 grand, I would at least respect that I'm dealing with a supervillain. But when you're dealing with someone and they're like, I just talked to you for 20 minutes because you were trying to get like $48 out of me. That's what drives me crazy.
Yeah. Just
that much.
And it's weird when you have these like old clubs that like for years you worked in, and then you realize that it's 2013 and you're going back to the Comedy Cabaret at Poco's Restaurant in Doylestown.
Oh, Jimmy.
Tickets are on sale now. I'm working on my new hour, so I'm just going there just to work. I'm going to have like maybe some paper with me and just work on material.
That's cool.
Yeah.
No, when I was doing this, I just taped my new special in July, and I did the same thing. I did every Thursday night. There's this little art gallery near me that also does stand up, and I go, let me just have Thursday nights, and I got to go there every night for 3 months, and then I would also go every Monday and Tuesday month. I'd go down to the Irvine Improv, which is in a mall, and you gotta edit your shit. Like you can't just go, let's just see where this goes. Like no, they want to see a show. So all the stuff that I would kind of spew out at the art gallery, I then had to go edit down in Irvine, and it really helped. It was really good. That's really smart.
Yeah, I love doing stuff like that. I usually do that right before a special is shot. Like, I'll usually go into smaller rooms and just completely... But that's, you're seeing the special almost. I probably have, since I shot, probably 35 new minutes.
Already?
Yeah, about like...
Wow.
It's been 5 months, though. It's been 5 months. 35 new months. 35 minutes. So I would say, you'll have close to a new 45, and I'll play with the crowd a little bit. But I love doing that.
That's great. I saw Colin in Long Island City when he was just starting working on the last...
Unconstitutional,
Yeah, Unconstitutional.
No kidding.
And it was great. Just watch him, and he'd go through something and be like, well, that don't work. But it was great just watching him throw that shit around and try to...
Then he says the same thing on HBO when he does it. Didn't go over.
God, how fucking funny is he?
It's amazing. It's depressing.
It really is.
Fantastic.
I could do maybe one joke on the Constitution, and it would wind up being about Ben Franklin's gay socks. And he didn't even write the Constitution, which is I could tell.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel.
Paul Feinbaum is back on Sirius XM. Catch college football talk only the way F-Bomb delivers it.
Football is important in a lot of places, but it's more important in the South.
Listen to the Alabama fans. A big old rammer jammer.
Catch us weekday afternoons, 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Extra, Sirius XM 85.
I think the NCAA has to come off this transfer rule. If coaches can bail out, why can't the players?
The Paul Feinbaum Show.
Weekday afternoons, 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Extra, Sirius XM 85.
My business was losing money because I was wasting time searching through all my paperwork and computer files.
I had boxes of papers all over my house. I couldn't find anything.
Then I got the neat digital filing system. Now all my documents are organized in one place.
With the neat system, the boxes are gone, and I can find anything I want in just seconds.
Now I'm making money instead of wasting time.
My life is totally organized.
The Neat digital filing system organizes all your printed paperwork and computer files in just seconds in one tidy, easy-to-find digital place. You simply have to try Neat to see how simple it can be. And now you can try the Neat system for free just by calling 1-800-942-9265. Not only can you organize all your documents in seconds, you can find anything you want in just seconds, too, just by typing one word. Try the Neat system yourself for free. Just call 1-800-942-9265. 1-800-942-9265. That's 1-800-942-9265.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-336-1905. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-336-1905. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-336-1905. That's 1-800-336-1905.
Hey, Dad, we got the Hopper from Dish so we can instantly skip primetime commercials. You don't even have to fast forward on your remote like other DVRs.
You just blew my mind.
Hey, Sean, you hear with Dish we can instantly skip commercials?
You just blew my mind, too.
I gotta let the neighbors know. Hey, everyone, you hear we can instantly skip commercials with the Hopper?
Only the Hopper from Dish gives you the power to instantly skip commercials. Call Dish at 1-800-WATCH-TV today. Only available for playback the next day of select primetime shows and must be enabled by customer. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Magic Jack won the 2013 Consumer Choice Award for quality, value, price, and ease of use. Just $29.95 per year for unlimited local and long-distance calling in the U.S. and Canada. Magic Jack also lets you keep your phone number. The choice is clear. Do the math.
Get Magic Jack Plus 2014 at MagicJack.com, Walmart, Radio Shack, and Best Buy. Service requires purchase of the Magic Jack device in compliance with terms of service.
Heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach? This holiday season, you know you'll be picking out and throwing down some cold ones which can tear up your stomach. You want relief, but don't want chemicals, so get Kios DS. Kios DS provides chemical-free relief from occasional heartburn, indigestion, or upset stomachs. It's natural and made from the bark of the Brazilian pepper tree. Take it when you need it or take it every day. So this holiday season, eat, drink, and stop the burn with Kios DS. That's Kios DS. Available at your nearest Walgreens.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chipperson.
This is with Chip Brewer. He talks about being a parent, getting fired, I guess, from Sirius, and the Opie death on his show being in Australia, and having a honeymoon in a dude ranch. And he doesn't like bed and breakfast. I love a good bed and breakfast, to go down and have a community breakfast.
How old are your kids now?
14, 11.
Oh, my God. Holy shit.
What happened?
What's up with the 14-year-old? Guys coming around? That dating thing happening?
She wants to.
And you're like holding her back, right?
Holding her back. I'm shutting the door hard.
Oh, man.
But you're in a weird catch-22 because they want to, and it's either sneaky. It's a cat meowing at the door. And you either let the cat out and then gets gang-donged, or you explain to the cat, listen, there's foxes, there's wolves, they're going to do this and they're going to do that, and trust me when I tell you, don't go out there, and wait a while, and then, you know, what are you going to do? Dude, wait till kids get older. You don't think about it, and then friends, you got to size friends up. A friend comes in, I could tell by their eyeliner, just by their eyeliner and what they're wearing, I'm like, your parents are fucked up. Yeah. And you've been touched in naughty ways behind a dumpster. And you ain't hanging out with my kid.
You know it's like slutwear?
You know right away. Soon as the door opens, you go, nah, man, all right, this kid.
Because years ago, that's what you looked for in a girl when you were on the prowl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I still...
It's based on experience, right?
Right.
And the reason why I returned the wallet yesterday was just to fucking breathe, by the way. It wasn't about being a good Samaritan. It gave me an excuse to go, oh, wow, I got to return this wallet. And then I was up at 112th. It was 112th and Broadway-ish, okay?
Yeah.
I walked 40 blocks home. Just so I could fucking breathe. And my wife goes, what'd you do? And I go, you know what? I did nothing. I just walked. It was the greatest thing ever.
Walked. I know. I know. You know what I did yesterday?
I had no agenda. I'm like, I'm just walking home.
You know what I did yesterday? I rode a bike.
Wow.
Not fag bike riding.
Right.
I rode I didn't put on the skin tights and the helmet. I just got on my bike.
Like a guy just on the bike, yeah?
I was just doing little circles. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing in the world.
Right.
In the world.
Just breathing, man.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely, it's good, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah,
constantly trying to
certainly
save
the other
life.
side of parenthood. I do love it, but
and then
it's a lot of fucking work, man.
My little one, who's 8, learns from the older one, who's 14. Now, the 14 has a little more muscle, not to talk back, but to just maybe deep sigh. Like, after being so now the little one will go, but she doesn't have the rank to do that. So there's an instant flying off the handle if she does that. There's so many great tears and emotions.
How does a woman who becomes a mother deal with the fact that she is just turned into what amounts to a monster to these kids? Like, it's a creature that's going around the house that's to be looked at with fear and just snaps at you. Anything fun that you want to do, they are there to block it. No, like, how do you fucking live knowing that that's you? How the fuck?
By the way, this is the speech Anthony gave his mother.
It's you lose all consciousness just to be human and talk, because they do break you down. They break you down. There's nothing you can. You just gotta. You lose how to talk after a while, and that's another. You listen to them in the car, and you lose your fucking mind.
That just seems to me like do you remember a time where it was just like, hey, let's go out and sneak a cigarette, or like she's listening to fucking rock music, or just like, where did that person go? Where is that person?
You, as the husband, also have to take charge and take them out.
Yeah?
So they're away from that lunacy.
Oh.
A lot of guys don't. I take my wife out at least once, twice a week.
Okay, you gotta
and I don't care who's watching the kids. You got that's a little almost like a prison. You got to take them out of prison. We're gonna go see in the field. We're gonna go look at birds.
So you have to keep her as a wife.
Yes.
So somebody you can live with.
Yes.
Or else she's just that screamy person.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be with them all the time.
No.
No way. She's stuck with him all the time.
Fuck.
His wife's stuck with him all the time.
Oh, yeah, she's with the kids way more than me. I get to leave every day for 5 hours.
Jesus. More. You walk an hour to get here. You get something to eat.
Yeah,
you got to meet up with I had to talk with Robert Kelly had a baby, and we really had to get into it. And it just so happened we talked for 9 hours. You know, it's a baby. You know, so you know, he really needed my he needed my help. No, he didn't.
Sometimes
you avoided.
Sometimes I go to Kenny. I go, Kenny, I'm walking home today. I'm just walking home. So that's another 20 minutes where you can breathe.
Yes,
you just need to breathe.
Hi there.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Who's the picture chick?
Photographer.
Oh, your own photographer?
No, we don't have our own
satellite photographer.
They only come in here for the important people.
For the business.
Oh,
so you're still on.
I should charge them my salary. They just dumped me here.
Oh shit!
Yeah, what happened with that?
How'd they let you know? They called you? Or they just...
Here's what happened.
People are saying you got fired. I don't believe that.
It's fired.
You got fired. Jim
Yeah.
Brewer got fired from Sirius XM?
Yeah, technically, yeah. I mean, the nice term is let go, but at the end of the day, it's fired. It's right.
How much time did you have left on your contract, or were you done?
They've been renewing me the last 3 years, but we only do like 3 6-month intervals.
Oh, okay.
And then mine was ending the end of March.
Okay.
I was away in March. Now, usually John, we call him John McDermott.
Okay. Yeah, comedy, sure.
Right. You know, he'll sit there and he'll go, hey, you know, your thing is due here. And I'll go, oh, shoot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want to stay. And then all of a sudden, I didn't hear from him.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, John, and my business manager went, hey, you know, you didn't renew the thing yet. I went, so I called to renew, and I didn't hear nothing. And then Jeremy called.
Jeremy Coleman.
Yes, Jeremy Coleman called. He's like, yes, about the renewal. Well,
that's a good Jeremy Coleman.
Well, you know, there's been changes here, and I did.
Did you immediately know, by the way, when he was saying that, or did you...
without a doubt?
Okay,
but it threw. It was such a curveball. I mean, there's no warning.
Right.
No nothing. It was just no warning whatsoever. You know, it was like
Wow.
It's just weird. It's like, hey, do you want to interview Billy Crystal? Sure. Listen, the renewal.
Oh, yeah. Didn't you do that, right?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was very cool.
And then
like 2 weeks later,
later.
The renewal, well, there's new people here, and I'm like, I just cut to the chase.
Oh man.
It's like, and the budgets, well, I'm not gonna insult you with the money they want to offer compared to what you've been making.
I'll be like, give me a little insult. I'd like to hear it.
Did they give you, what percentage of what you were making were they going to offer you?
I'd even want to hear it.
Yeah.
Because then there was a boneyard thing, too. When they wanted like a boneyard.
They throw money away.
I said, what do you want for boneyard? So we'll give you $100.
Oh my God!
It's $100.
$100 bucks.
I'll just do it for
$100 a week, right?
I'll just podcast it.
Right.
What do I want to do that for?
They're starting to sign people where it's costing them money to do their radio shows around here.
Yeah, I'm like, why would
when
I
you
do
start
that?
adding in the commuting costs?
$100.
I know someone else that got
That's
that
an
same
insult,
deal
man.
recently.
Wow, that's insulting.
$100 for
like, why would
a show once a week.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's stupid.
That's stupid.
I say, I don't even fucking get paid that for doing a 1992 comic strip set.
Right.
Why would I come here to go, ladies and gentlemen, please, this is Judas Priest back in the night. Get the fuck out of here.
$100.
I don't know what they're doing.
I'd rather do it for free.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it as a guest spot. Don't even pay me, insult me. At the end of the day, if I had a bet, I'd say satellite radio as a which I think you guys, when I just heard your podcasting, which is really smart. When I was in Australia and I was hearing bits called all from here.
Oh, wow.
From our show?
Yes. And I was in Amsterdam and there were bits from here. That's all internet.
Yeah,
It's all
definitely.
internet. It's wherever they get it. That is our age is the last generation that listens to broadcast. It's over.
Yeah.
Just as we're just old farts going, you don't get it. Now, a couple of years ago with podcasting, we all still were in that boat where it went, you still. Now it has proven it works.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can make money, and now this beast is it's over.
Well, Australia's
It's
supposed
over.
to be a
It's got
good
2-3
market
years.
for
It's over.
comedians in the States, and this radio
It
show.
is.
Apparently,
It
a lot of the radio guys like us in Australia. Keith Robinson went down
They
there.
love you.
And he said that they talk about the ONA show
Yes,
thing.
yes, they do. They do.
That makes me want to go there.
Well, hello, Dan.
I told you that when I came back here. I said
Yes,
you
you did.
should take a trip
Yeah.
down there. You would. You might not ever come back. I'm
that
not even
cool?
kidding you.
I hear it's great.
It's phenomenal.
That's great.
What makes it so cool?
It's just there's. Let's just say it's very Upper West Side-ish.
A lot of blonde-haired people, Jim.
I could see when all my videos ended.
Yeah.
I had so much. I'm going to say, gosh, thousands of hours of video all the way up until like 7 years ago. And I was like, all right, I'm done.
What am I doing?
Did you ever watch all those videos?
Yeah, I watch them all the time.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, watch them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a drop off.
VHS?
I just have more and more kids.
Was it the old VHS on the shoulder?
I used to have that. I
did too. Oh, did it?
Yeah. My wedding day.
And who do you think stole that?
I know exactly who stole it.
Matter of fact, I can make it a fact, Your Honor. When they opened up the trunk of my car, the only thing left was tennis rackets. Now, you and I both know who doesn't play tennis unless they're twins or whatever they are.
When people first got the camcorders and stuff, there's the giant VHS, and they would take them on vacation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like you're trying to fucking walk around. You're sporting this.
It was heavy too.
Heavy fucking shit and VHS. Fucking hatches opening up and shit. Now you got to carry the tapes around with you. And,
that's right. A whole box of tapes, and then it was all blurry and gooey looking.
How terrible.
I loved it. That ended in
just the tracking.
91, 92. That's right.
About that? Yeah.
I really did It got stolen out of my...
It ended in 91, 92?
Somewhere around there, those they were done with those cameras. And then they started going into the smaller digital
Yeah.
I know that for a fact because I had that camera, Ant, and then my car got stolen the night of our wedding.
What?
Man. Yes. I never told you guys this.
No, I don't think we've ever heard this one.
Let me tell you. I swear to God. My kids' lives. One last Yahoo. We go out. We have some drinks. I get banged up. My best friend drives me back to the hotel. All my stuff is in the car. The tuxedos and all the honeymoon stuff. I had that camera. I had tennis rackets. I had... I don't know, but we're packed to go on vacation, which we had no money, so we go nowhere. And the next morning, we woke up, and I'm like, the day of the wedding, like, didn't we park right here? And I really thought it rolled away.
Maybe anything but it's stolen, right?
Yeah.
Anything but it's stolen.
I didn't get that. There's no way it could have got stolen. I walked around the whole hotel, and then I went to the front desk, and I went, I think my car got stolen. And the guy went, you too?
Oh,
he
no.
goes, that's the sixth one. He goes, they've been coming here every weekend, and
how about you warn us?
Maybe
a warning.
Maybe you would take your shit out of the car.
We borrowed my mother-in-law. Thank God, my best man and best friend, all he took out was the tuxedos, because I said, just leave everything in there. He's like, no. God forbid, take everything out of the car. I went, no, come on, stupid. Okay, it's married tomorrow. God. And he took the tuxedos out. Thank God. And but when they found the car, it was in Newark.
Where's it stolen from?
It was Union.
Okay.
Union, New Jersey, in a Holiday Inn parking lot off like Route 22 or whatever. They stole the car. The night of my wedding, they try to steal my best man's car, but we were all by the window, saw them start running down, and the alarm went off. Yeah, Union, New Jersey, Holiday Inn. And so they get the car. There's White Castle boxes, the clubs they went to, and they took everything out of the car except for the tennis rackets.
What the fuck are these things, motherfucker? I don't know what the fuck this shit is.
Yeah, they probably thought they were broken spoons. These ladles are no good.
They got holes in the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember those cameras.
Damn.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, whatever.
You guys still went on your honeymoon, right?
Yeah. Well, it was pathetic, too.
Where'd you go?
Try to guess. Now, first of all...
Jersey Shore.
Now, we had $200 when we got married.
Ooh, you had $200.
Yes. And so, on a friend's credit card, I booked a place, and it's so pathetic and so funny.
You didn't go to the Catskills, did you?
Mount Airy.
No, we didn't even go to a sexy place.
Oh, okay.
We went to the Rocking Horse Dude Ranch in Poughkeepsie, New York.
I went there when I was in 5th grade.
There you go.
Fifth grade trip.
Why would you go there? I know you had no money, but okay.
Right. She liked horses, and I went, oh, Dude Ranch. Not knowing we were the only two retards there, like on a honeymoon. Everyone there had like 4 kids, 5 kids.
Oh,
it's a total family resort. And I just started thinking about this too, where we were in a cabin. There's only one section with cabins. You either stay in the hotel part or the cabin. We were in the cabin, and I think I scored a Duber. And one of my friends gave me Duber, and we went in the cabin at Duber, and all these kids are playing outside. Now that I think about it, we thought we were so private in there. We must have stunk the whole place up. And people are like, oh my God, they're smoking marijuana. All these children. Fuck. Yeah, and then we snuck into the stables and just started, So that was our honeymoon.
Wow.
The Poughkeepsie Rocking Horse Dude Ranch.
Oh, wow.
Cost $800-something for the weekend.
Damn.
Yeah.
Back in
93. 20 years this year.
You've been married 20 years.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Stick that in your hiney.
Holy fuck. 20 years.
That's right.
20 years.
Sink you right in there.
Fuck, dude.
Rocking Horse Dude Ranch, where kids stay free.
All right.
There you go.
There you go.
What are some of the activities, Sam?
Kissing.
Oh, man.
Let's look at the activities. What are the activities?
There's horseback riding.
Nice.
Outdoor water sports.
Nice.
Outdoor activities. Let's see what those are.
Yeah, taking
wow.
baths.
Softball field.
There was a softball game. We got trashed, and I played softball, and all these people playing with kids, and I'm playing like, I'm for $1 million. I want to shove everyone up. I was so annoyed people were playing with their kids. It was so
what you like fucking just jumped on some team?
Yeah, you showed up for the game, and they divide you up. But I played.
Yeah,
you're
serious.
It was really aggravating. They're like, oh, he's safe. Like, what is it?
Fucking blocking the plate. Some little kids running in. Bam!
Fucking smash that kid down hard. Little fat 12-year-old punk.
Sliding with his spikes up.
Stupid, dumb running mistake, retard. Right. I let him know in front of his family how dumb that was.
I can't believe you went here for your fucking
Yeah, of course you can believe it.
How long were you there?
We've heard the stories over the years.
What?
How long were you there?
3 nights. That's all I could afford at the
Did you
time.
play on the Fort Tiny playground?
We did. We hung out there. We were all lit up.
Stoned would be like, that makes it a little better because you're just like, dude, look, we're in a playground.
I can't believe we were. It was nothing more embarrassing than us sitting down at the table. You don't get your own table. You got to sit down with like 8
Family
to 10 other
style.
families.
Yeah.
And they're like, so who you here with? Like, we're here on a honeymoon. And it would be complete silence.
You know what?
What made you come here? Oh, she likes horses. I got a dangling across the earring. Right. Show.
Jesus.
Did you do the hula hooping
concert?
Oh, my
That
God.
looks awful.
Scavenger hunt. See, you on a
Scavenger hunting.
Is that
We
a
lived it up
show?
on our honeymoon.
Are there any little shows?
A tug of war.
Tug of war. You know I won that one.
With the pants.
No, it's not with the pants.
Oh, there's game show activities. I guess this is a game show activity. One of them,
Nice.
Who Wants to Be a Buccaneer?
Ooh.
And I remember there was a magician playing that at night.
Oh, God.
We watched a magician.
This sounds like the worst fucking place.
What a lousy honeymoon.
Wow.
That's lousy.
But you
Jim.
know what? 20 years later, and they're still together. They're probably people that spent
That's
fucking
right.
all kinds of money, went
That's
to
right.
Hawaii and all
That's
this
right.
shit that are gone, long divorced.
Done.
You're still, the important thing
Warrior.
there. You're still together.
Thank you,
You
Anthony.
kept it real.
Yeah.
Take your guns. I think you're allowed to have them.
Thank you, Jim.
How about some of the entertainment?
At least it wasn't a bed and breakfast.
I don't
your
want a bed and breakfast.
I love your bed and breakfast stories. Though.
I don't like bed and
What was it in
breakfast.
Denver?
Yeah, close. It was.
No, the one where the
it was either Montana or
The
Colorado.
pseudo-gay guy?
Yes, it was what's his name? It was Doug Henning. It was the Doug Henning looking guy, and he said he was the drummer for Journey.
Wow,
That's
really?
what he said. He goes, "Well, I played drums for Journey."
And I was giving you a massage at a bed and breakfast?
A naked one. It was horrifying.
Remember this story? It's one of my favorites.
He was naked?
Bizarre.
I never had a massage before, so he really was pushing the massage. And so
At a bed and breakfast.
Dude, not only that, it started off in a hot tub, and I just remember him and his wife were supposed to meet us in the hot tub, and just he came out.
Oh, that's
Doug
sick.
Henning came out. Doug Henning gets in with my wife and I saw her she gave me that look like, what's going on? And she went, I'm very uncomfortable with you rubbing my leg. Jim likes his legs rubbed. I went, what are you talking about? So he started
The guy was rubbing her legs?
Yeah, and then he started massaging my legs in the hot tub.
He didn't take that as a hint to get the fuck out?
No, dude, this is how stupid I am. I can easily
Wow.
be raped one day. I know I can. I almost was. Without
Just
even knowing
you don't
it's
want to make
happening.
a scene.
Yes, just because I don't want to. That's so stupid.
So
I
you're
am.
allowing Doug Henning to rub your legs.
So Doug Henning
In the
brings me
hot
up to
tub.
his bedroom.
I'd be like, what are you
From
doing?
the hot tub?
The next day, he talks me into this, and I go, all right, D, I'll go first.
Did he hold your hand as you walked
I go
up
in
to his
there,
bedroom?
and it's next to his bed. The massage table's next to his bed, and he goes, I had my underwear. He goes, normally people take their clothes off. So I take the clothes off, And I'm just laying there. There's no sheet over me.
my
just
God.
naked, raw meat. And he starts getting a little too much in between the legs.
Yeah, hitting
and,
the balls with the finger.
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
And then
It's
when
a good massage, Jim.
yeah, when I had to turn over,
Oh no!
I was
Come on.
like,
you have a rod? How hard were you?
I called it quits.
Oh, now you drew the line.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not comfortable with this side. And then went downstairs and like, you're not going to like that. And then we left and we went and we stayed in a park until nighttime. We sat there, we parked next to a creek until nighttime. We came back in the house, slept, and the next day we checked out. But I clearly could have been.
Why didn't you check out that day and just go to a hotel?
We were stuck. I didn't know where we were in the middle of nowhere. We were in like Montana, the Grand Tetons we're at. We're in the middle of nowhere.
Wow. Shit.
It was horrible.
That guy was fucking.
He was so close to getting in my bunghole.
Yeah.
Probably gets a lot of action.
What a trooper you are, though.
you
After a
would've-
little asshole tickling, you still turned over for a minute. Jim's a good egg.
If you would have just like perched your ass up a little
Seriously,
bit,
we
he'd
would have had a
fucking-
situation.
He'd have slid a digit in there.
Yeah.
He definitely was suspect. I just remember.
Suspect.
You think?
Jeez, wow, Columbo.
What tipped you off?
Yeah.
Did he
rubbing your legs in a hot tub?
Naked.
Everyone was naked in the hot tub?
wife. That was the weird part.
She called him out, though. Good for her.
It's a great story.
Yes.
Good for her.
And I didn't. You're weird. Like, do I punch him out? Is he really just trying to sell the massage? Is he trying to get a menage a trois? Like, what's going on?
Like, I would have thought you'd have said something like, dude, what are you doing, man?
I should have.
Yeah.
They
Because
could've
that isn't even, like,
I think
that isn't
if I had-
combative. It's kind of like, what are you doing?
I might, and that's probably where marijuana can hurt you.
Everything's cool.
Right.
That's all cool. Yeah.
Right.
And this guy's just doing his own thing. And, you know, who am I to fucking judge? And fuck that.
Now it makes sense.
Right.
Now it makes sense.
When that, if I had a drink or two, he would have been missing teeth.
Yeah.
He would have been missing teeth.
Hey, faggot.
Standing up with my wet nuts. What's your problem, Doug Faggot Henning? Hey, you want to see a magic trick? Hey, your teeth are about to disappear. Bang! Hey, here's my wiener. You want to play hide the baloney? Huh? You want a massage? Guess what? Let's watch your eyes pop open while I bung you from behold, Doug. How's that? How's that for a magic trip? It's an illusion. It's an illusion that I'm bunging you from behind, Doug.
We forgot for a moment that Brewer used a smoked pot, and it makes
but you're
complete
all
sense
fucking-
now.
Yes,
Yeah.
now it makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, where you're just like,
I was totally into the one hitter, so yeah, I was like, yeah, it's cool, man. He's just feeling my wife up.
this is these are my
It's
hang-ups.
out here in Montana.
These are my hang-ups, man. I don't need to put them on him. He's the cool guy. He's the guy that's got it together. I'm fucked up
He
here.
obviously knows what's going on here.
There's no reason for rage against
Oh,
Doug.
fuck that! Punch him in the face.
Right. I should have.
Fucking
When
guy.
did you realize that you checked in? And when did you get the first creepy vibe from Doug?
Right off the bat.
Right.
Right off the bat.
Wow, yeah, huh?
I didn't like him from the beginning.
Yeah.
What did you do that made you not like him? Just his vibe, or
He, you know what?
First of all, looking like Doug Henning is probably a little
right off the bat,
creepy.
the looking like Doug Henning, and they were a little too hippie / earthy for me.
oh,
Like,
he had a girl with him.
He did have a girl, but even she was a little suspect. A lot of granola before granola was in.
Right.
And so it was like, when people shake your hand, you do the limp thing, that really bothers me. It really, like, dude, shake my hand.
Oh, that kind
You think he would have popped your cock in his mouth, though, if you would have let him?
I think I would have had a situation. I think he would have let me dirty his hair.
He would have eaten your ass on that table.
Oh, God,
Jesus,
damn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh, man. God only knows what shenanigans happens in that house.
Oh, yeah.
You said shenanigans this morning. I almost pulled over. I started laughing so hard.
When he gets the right combination of people in there, dude.
You're the first one to say no. He probably couldn't believe he was saying no.
You're right.
You're the first one that actually went for the naked massage.
Yeah.
That didn't end up with a fucking cum in his mouth.
Massage?
He let it go.
That guy was counting his fucking chickens that day.
Oh, God,
I got a naked massage. I'm
betting he
in.
was jerking off while he massaged you. Like, you'd probably feel like if you look back, this time he was just rubbing you with one hand. He was probably plumping his dick up with the other.
Putting that chlorinated smelling lotion on your back. Yeah. Rub it in deep. It's a deep tissue massage.
I bet he stood close to the table to get his rod against your knuckles.
Here comes my hot stove. First I dip it in the hot lava, and then I rub it on your back. Yeah, you like that massage?
He definitely has a history. That's great.
Yeah, you don't need any sheets.
Did you guys talk about it afterwards?
Oh, God, no.
No?
You and D? No, there was no more. Oh, me and D?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes. As soon as I came down, I'm like, D, you're not going to like that. She says... She always questions me if something happened because I never talked. I just went down. She's like, what happened? I went, you're not doing it.
Holy fuck, that's great, man.
I'm telling you, we got in a car and we drove to a creek that was close by, and we just stayed in the car until it got dark.
Now, what was the conversation like there? Were you just like, because you had to
silence.
What? A lot of silence.
What are we doing?
Really?
Yeah, let's look
just
for
trying to figure it out.
Stuff.
Wow.
It was really weird and creepy.
No shit.
Then I was a little worried at nighttime. We were the only ones staying at the bed and breakfast.
Was there a lock on your door?
There was, but still.
You could have the key.
Well, that's true.
It's his house.
Right. You could get in.
But I knew I could physically take him. But
yeah,
then
you never
again,
know if he has a weapon.
That's right. He could have been
have a gun.
an assault weapon.
An assault, he did.
Good old laws going on here.
He could.
That's right.
Fuck, man.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel.
Do you feel like telling someone to fuck off? Fuck off. Fuck you. Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. Fuck you. 866-FU line 1. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's 866-FU line 1. Fuck you. Yeah, it's the Opie and Anthony FU line. Fuck you. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air. Fuck you.
Go fuck yourself.
Hi, it's Jackaroo.
And I'm Mark Packer. It's rivalry week in college football, and College Sports Nation has the week's biggest games.
Today at noon Eastern, Michigan hosts number 3 Ohio State.
Braxton Miller, touchdown, Ohio State. Head intake, long dinner.
3:30 Eastern, it's the Iron Bowl as Auburn hosts number 1 Alabama.
And the Crimson Tide go right for the jugular.
And at 7:45, Eastern Missouri faces Johnny Manziel and Texas A&M.
A perfect throw from Manziel.
Hear the biggest college football game Saturday on SiriusXM College Sports Nation.
Channel 91.
We broke up.
We broke up. We broke up.
With online dating.
If online dating is turning you off, we'll turn you on to a smarter way of dating. It's Just Lunch, the world's #1 personalized matchmaking service for professional singles. Our matchmakers get to know you and personally hand-select your matches.
It's almost like a friend calling you and saying, hey, I have this perfect girl for you.
Call 800-THE-DATE today and find out what an It's Just Lunch matchmaker can do for you. That's 800-THE-DATE.
Phone companies charge me about $30 a month. Vonage charges $24.99 a month. MagicJack offers unlimited local and long-distance calls in the U.S. and Canada for under $3 a month. You can take MagicJack with you when traveling, providing unlimited calls to home from virtually anywhere. The choice is clear. Do the math.
Get Magic Jack Plus at MagicJack.com, Walmart, Radio Shack, and Best Buy. Service requires purchase of a Magic Jack device in compliance with terms of service.
You work out your body, but what are you doing to work out your brain? Challenge your brain with the online games at Lumosity.com. Designed by neuroscientists, Lumosity.com builds fun, daily workouts just for you. It only takes a few minutes each day to help improve your memory, attention, problem solving, and more. Meaning you'll feel sharper, think faster, and be more confident. Achieve a brighter brain and a better life. Visit Lumosity.com and start training today. That's Lumosity.com.
This is Bob Diener, president of GetARoom.com, and I've got some great deals for you. 30% off the Lawrence Hotel in Dallas, the Executive Hotel Vintage Court in San Francisco from $109 a night, the Marrakesh Hotel in New York from $114 a night, half price at the Disney Wyndham Lake Buena Vista Hotel in Orlando, from $89 at the Chateau de Brie Hotel in the New Orleans French Quarter, 30% off the 5-star Trump Hotel in Vegas. Go to GetARoom.com.
GetARoom.com. Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 800-834-7504 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 800-834-7504 to take your call now. Call 800-834-7504. That's 800-834-7504. Again, 800-834-7504.
Have you heard about Astroglide brand personal lubricants? If you're a guy, you'll be scoring big time with the ladies by bringing Astroglide liquid or natural into play. And for the ladies, Astroglide X allows you to bring the fun to the water. Want to find out how Astroglide can heighten the pleasure for both of you? Then visit astroglide.com/radio to get a free sample discreetly mailed to you. Come on, don't be shy. It's just lube. That's astroglide.com/radio for your free sample.
The most memorable O&A appearances from the top names in comedy. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Yeah, this is fucking when Colin came in, talking about that new stupid unconstitutional thing. He's just talking about the Constitution. I fucking started heckling him during it. I was like, yeah, it's, when you roll it up, it's shaped like a big pecker. Fucking place was cracking up. So this is Colin talking about his dumb play and a bunch of other comedians and whatever. Fuck you.
Colin Quinn is here in studio.
Good morning, guys.
Hi, Col.
Hi.
Look at that mic is like all limp in front of you.
I fixed the mic.
Well, help Colin.
Exactly.
And then you could pull it closer to his
sit closer
face
to the table,
instead of. Yeah, there you go.
You're sitting back in the middle of the room.
What are you doing, Col? I hear you're hitting up Rachel Ray after this.
Yeah, I got to head over to Rachel Ray after this and do some promos and
promoting
the new Unconstitutional.
The new, yes. Now you've got a whole new,
finally up,
gig going for yourself.
Yeah.
And what's this one?
This one's the one that, based on what you saw, Anthony, early on.
I did. I saw it over there.
Anthony came early, almost a year ago.
Yeah, wow, that was that
show.
long ago?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Took you that long to put a Constitution show together? I would have had this together 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, right. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was very funny. Nice. And that was early on.
You'll like it now.
Yeah? Where can I see this, Col?
Oh, the Barrow Street Theater.
Yeah?
Theater.
Yes.
They spelled it wrong. They spelled it TRE, Barrow Street Theater with TRE at the end.com.
Oh, no, I think you spell it both ways.
Oh, all right.
Maybe that's like the English spelling or something.
Theatre.
Yeah.
It's only a block around for the corner from the cellar. I'm going head to head with the cellar. I told you that the other night, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. Taking down the cellar.
Yep.
It's been empty every night. I performed to 2 people, and they were both waitresses. I'm like, where is everybody? They're like, you know what's going on around the corner, don't you?
Yeah. Call.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do with this? You're doing 5 weeks of previews at the Barrow Street Theater. Then where do you go after that? Are you going to Broadway with it?
I don't think so.
Oh.
No.
On the road?
I don't know yet. It's really all kind of happened very suddenly. It's been a whirlwind.
Are we getting another multimedia experience?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. It's in preview, so it's kind of, yeah.
You don't know much about this, Colin.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't expect these kinds of questions. You guys are really, You guys are really zeroing in, and it's starting to annoy me.
We are drilling you.
I thought I'd come in. You trash Unconstitutional. You trash the fact that was going on Rachel Ray, and then we move on to trashing other people that we know. I think we hit a couple of hot topics on the news. Do a little veiled racist trashing.
Veiled?
No, exactly. What the hell am I talking about?
I hate how veiled racism sounds. It's phony. I like being authentic.
I like saying the word veiled.
Yes, that is veiled. True. Yeah.
Sorry,
no,
guys.
of course. We're very happy for you, Colin. And
how come no Wednesday shows? Now we'll get to it.
Jesus Christ.
No Wednesday.
Is that like the theater day off or something?
No, that's
no,
what you do too.
I don't know. It's actually not a bad question. That's what's so annoying about it.
You're supposed to do matinees on Wednesday.
Oh,
that's
right.
No, not in the Village. I'm doing matinees on the weekend if you'd like to stop by.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, it's convenient. You're in the Village. You're out having a nice afternoon with the family, walking around, doing a little shopping. You're like, oh, let's catch a show before we head back to the PATH trains.
Yeah. Is that like, that just takes up your whole life for the entire length of when you do this, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's all encompassing.
Yes, it is.
No time for yourself.
There's no me time. You're right about
No you
that.
time.
And guess what? I don't want it right now anyway with this weather we've been having.
Oh, let's talk about the
really
weather.
is ungodly.
What a great segue. And I tell you, this is what...
It's supposed to be April showers, not May showers.
Right.
Yeah, it's like God pissing on you, right, Carl?
Right. Oh, well. I guess that's one way to look at it.
Fuck. You Twittered something about you and Conan having a beef, and it was this fighting Irish family.
Oh, yeah, the Joyces and the...
And I wound up watching all these documentaries on these bare-knuckle brawlers in Ireland. They're pretty fucking interesting, man.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah?
All they do is fight over some slight...
Irish.
Well, they're tinkers. They're like gypsies. And you read the comments in the because it was like, I'll meet you in Longford. Now, you never showed up, Joe. And they just keep arguing, and then they beat the balls off each other.
Really?
But then the comments, you can tell they're the most hated people in Ireland, because underneath it's like, they're useless cunts. Hitler was right about killing gypsies. You should kill every fucking one. They do nothing. They add nothing to society. And it's like all these great comments, but just really like Irish written so well, but just like a combination of cursing and like literary, just fucking... Just trashing these people.
Really?
Everybody hates their guts.
So they hate each other, and everybody hates them.
Everybody hates them.
Why are they doing this?
No, they've been doing that for hundreds of years to settle interfamily beefs. They have
Hundreds
two
of
guys, the Joyce, McQuinn, McDonough, and there's all these different families, and they just have these big beefs, and some of them are really funny guys, but you can barely understand them.
What is that about
Why do they hate each other?
And a lot of them, honestly, and I'm not just saying this to be inclusive to our to fill in for Opie today, but a lot of them do look like Scorch.
Really?
Yes.
Do they?
Yeah, facially.
They have facially.
Look them up. There's just something about them.
Yeah,
this one guy was talking about how he keeps his fucking hands hard. He goes, I soaked him in...
Joe Joyce, yeah.
Joe Joyce. I soaked him in petrol for 20 minutes a day.
Yeah.
He soaked his hands in gas for 20 minutes a day.
It's not even gas, petrol. It's like cheap Eastern European knockoff shit,
right,
probably.
yeah, very low octane, very high in fucking additives.
That's a fight.
His wife must have hated when his big fucking hard rock hands went into her pussy.
Oh, just burns her pussy?
Yeah.
They don't finger each other in Ireland. They just have regular sex.
Oh, you think?
Regular missionary position to have kids.
Yeah, and I remember a friend of mine, as a little kid, went to Ireland, and he was like 10 to visit his relatives, and he came back and told us how he had to have these fights with all these little kids from this trailer, and he started describing tinkers, but we didn't know what it was, you know what I mean?
Oh, shit.
It's like one of those things that they're like, hey, Yank, come on, Yank, and they made him fight every day. And it was the same thing.
What a vacation. You're just getting fucking the shit beat out of you. That sounds horrible.
He was a wild kid anyway, so I'm
Was he? Oh, okay. It does seem like if you go to Ireland, you're probably going to get in a fight. Like those, they like to mix it up.
Well, if you're in the bar the whole time, obviously something's going to happen.
Like the Donnybrook.
I always see every piece of footage of Ireland, I see it's fucking dismal out. The weather is cloudy. I have zero desire to go
like today.
Yeah, here in our own home.
Ah, yes.
Well, I'm surprised that Jim is like a sunny day enthusiast. He's like, I don't want to go to that dismal weather.
Jim is. He smiles when he sees sunshine.
He's a goddamn. I didn't realize he was a fucking Brazilian supermodel that liked to lay in South Beach all day. I get the doldrums from some of that weather. What the fuck is this?
Well,
you don't go out before it's dark, do you? An respectable comedian.
I just don't care for overcast weather. It really dampens my mood.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, people they put those fucking lights on themselves. They look into a fucking light all winter long because they get seasonal depression.
I have said
so they have to look into a light. I think our own Troy Kwan right there, he has one.
Yeah.
And it's so your body and your eyes can see some type of what would be sunlight, simulated
I'm worried
sunlight.
about all the other shit. You worried about this? What about pesticides?
I'll pour water on my strawberries.
Poured his water all over your strawberries.
Only because I knew if I reached for your coffee, which I wanted to do, and smashed it, you would have caught me too early.
Yes.
I had to go with what was available to my hands. Now Jim's moving his items away from me. Well, I told you, this creep started it. Many years ago, I was trying to have a lovely cup of tea at the Comedy Cellar, as I like to have, and so I go upstairs and I was like, they gave me mint tea instead of regular tea, you know. I don't like mint tea. Turns out to be they gave me regular tea. It was not the staff's fault. I want to emphasize that. This asshole was chewing gum and stuck his gum in my fucking tea. I was drinking his goddamn gum, his gum juice.
Holy shit! You thought it was mint tea.
I was like, mint tea. I don't like this.
Minty,
he's
fresh.
sitting there smirking at the table. So ever since then, anytime he's at the table,
I got you twice.
Yeah,
and that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, and ever since then, literally, if he's at the table, even all these years later, you think somebody was mature adults, I carry my tea, any beverage I have, I carry him down with me.
Well, you
I gotta go
should,
pee or
yes.
whatever.
He's going to fucking pervert it in some fashion. Wow. Were you grossed out with the thought? You know.
No, just one of those things. It was just infuriating.
It's in his mouth, and you know.
No, Anthony, you know what it
That's
is? You like certain comforts. That's all I'm saying.
That's all you're saying. What can we look forward to in your
well, you're the only one who really
unconstitutional?
understands what I'm trying to achieve.
I love it.
Oh, I know what you're trying to achieve.
I love
No, you don't,
it.
Jim.
Maybe you meant me.
What's that?
Maybe you meant that I'm the only one who understands.
No, I meant Anthony's the only one.
Horse.
What do you think he's trying to achieve? Let's do a test.
What is he trying to achieve?
Colin's trying to achieve?
He is trying to rid the world of this ignorance and revisionist history that is going on, and using humor to get these points across instead of the doldrums of C-SPAN.
Thanks.
Thank you, of course.
What do you think, Jim?
It's very interesting.
Trying to do some fucking fun jokes.
Oh, I told you about that idiot Vos that time. Back in the early 90s. I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again until the whole country understands. Vos just hated me because all these guys knew I was funny and Vos didn't get. And he would get. So one time I was on stage at Caroline's and I did something, but it was like almost like I go, this is like a poem, but it was like a comedy, but it wasn't a poem. You know, it was jokes.
Yeah,
but it didn't work. He comes up right after me. This is 1994. He goes, I don't. We didn't know each other barely, just a little bit. Hey, I don't do poems. I do fucking jokes, folks.
Oh, shit.
Just sold me out.
Ew, did you fucking hate him right then and there?
I was like, who is this goddamn
Who's this asshole?
Fucking mullet fat bastard. No, rat tail. He had a rat tail.
Yeah, rat tail.
Well, rat tails were big in 94.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not big, but they were. Yeah.
What the fuck? Why would he say that?
Son of a
Especially
bitch.
not knowing you.
Yeah, I mean, he knew me a little bit, but, you know.
Not that well.
Just because he was feeling his oats, he was in Caroline's. Yeah. You know, it was like Vos is the one that broke it open in many ways for Norton and the rest of the Jersey hacks to actually work in New York.
Jersey hacks.
In that sense, you have to give him credit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bringing the Jersey hacks over.
Yeah, I think Vos got there first. We went in around the same time, though.
Yeah.
No, I remember it very vividly. It was Vos. Lewis loved Vos.
He did.
Vos probably got you in.
But I used to go to the comic strip, and me, you, Franchese, Florentine, and Eric McMahon would go out to eat at that place across the street from the strip. So that's fucking like 1995.
Jeez.
Million years ago, right? Million years ago, guys.
You used to call me Naughty Norton.
Oh.
Hello, Naughty.
Yeah.
That was you and
Because
Franchese.
you were naughty.
I was a naughty boy.
I was a naughty boy.
Yeah.
And you lived with Jim at the time?
I think that's before I lived with Jim.
I spoke to Battling Bob Lee. I'm walking on 46. Here's the problem with the world. I'm walking on 46th Street yesterday, going to an important publicity lunch at Joe Allen, top trendy restaurant with the AP. And I passed this theater on 46th Street. You know, they had a bunch of shows over there. And I look, and it says, appearing only tonight in one of the theater shows, the Reverend Bob Levy.
Wow.
So I took a picture and sent it out. So the public knew what was going on the Broadway stage.
For one night
on
only.
the Great White Way. Bob Levy. He's like
Yeah.
a Broadway name now.
Yeah, right. Wow, for one night only. Carl, I got to ask you, what's your take on the Constitution in this day and age? A lot of people saying it's being trotted upon.
Well, I honestly feel like we should be having more constitutional conventions so that people can really discuss this kind of thing. I feel like it's not a serious discussion when it's just everybody everybody's just saying this, picking and choosing. Everyone's like, you need to have a serious conversation. And well, let's face it, the only thing you care about is the Second Amendment.
Well, I kind of like the first two.
No, you care about the second.
I like the second, but
why do you care about the first?
Well, that's what I do. It's kind of my job.
I'm saying, who's trotting on the First Amendment?
There are a lot of things that trot on my First Amendment rights, especially political correctness, more so than
infuriating.
To not have the ability. I will absolutely to not have the ability to address, especially racial issues in this country, without having the scarlet R put on your chest is a fucking embarrassment.
I'm tired of black people being called racist for addressing white issues. I agree with you.
Unbelievable.
It really is infuriating. I would really like to have more of a freedom to say things and have an open dialogue, because nothing gets accomplished unless you can really hash it out like that. But they're so afraid to just have an open discussion about race in this country.
Well, that's actually addressed very deeply in the show.
Good. I got to see it.
It's almost like you're quoting the show in many ways.
Wow.
Do you address the fact, too, with the
I was actually going to use Scarlet R. I have it written down, but now I'm afraid because
R.
Why not?
Because I feel like
the Scarlet Letter.
Don't even feel.
Instead of an A, it's an R.
Don't even feel that way. You take it.
Yeah, Hester Prynne.
Somebody's doing a little reading on the old Stairmaster.
Now, do you mention the fact that in the Constitution, everybody complains like when you mention the guns.
Right.
And you say something about, well, when the Constitution was drafted, they didn't have fucking AR-15s or whatever it is they have. It was a different time.
Well, I certainly don't want to mention that because that would be,
And they say, well, different time. They still meant the same thing. But if you say, how can you listen to people who wrote the Constitution because they had slaves, they're talking about freedom, these same people will go, it was a different time. You have to allow that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I see it as there are certain things that you have to look at when they were keeping rights from people. That is what is considered wrong. Right. When they're respecting rights, because rights aren't given, they're there. They're your God-given rights. And when they're respecting those rights, that's a good thing. So with the Second Amendment, they're respecting your right to bear arms. As of being slave owners, they are taking away someone's rights. So you can make that distinction, Jim. They're not the same thing that you're really talking about.
But it's the overall point and the view of how we say that was the times.
Well, so we throw the entire document away because they were slave owners? Is that smart?
I'm eating a strawberry.
He's got a very constitutional mustache made out of a napkin, Carl. You're looking very
come on.
Very constitutional.
The Constitution. But that's this little whatever this was here is exactly why the show now it's more important now than ever.
If you see one
when
show
I say now,
this year,
I only mean 5 weeks.
Right.
Because despite Jim's plans for me to tour all over the goddamn country.
Right, he has you everywhere.
I'm sick of this thing. I've been doing it a year. Great. 5 weeks and I want to fucking shoot it, make some goddamn money, get the fuck out.
Well, I want to go see it.
And, I have to make one more comment about that because a lot of people do bring up it was muskets back then. Yeah. They would never, have it with assault rifles and whatnot. Do you think when they wrote the Second Amendment and said you have the right to bear arms, that they weren't talking about the absolute top-of-the-line weaponry of their day? The musket? They didn't say, well, you have the right to bear this. It's not as good as our amazing assault musket. But so as time went on, you got better weaponry. And during the course of their own lives, they saw weaponry advance leaps and bounds. You thought they thought it was just going to stop right there? They knew it was going to advance.
Personally, I don't think they saw the degeneration, the way society would degenerate into school shootings. I don't believe they saw that
coming. From what
coming.
they've seen all over the globe back then, it's horrible.
Regardless of what they thought at that point, this is where we are now.
Right.
And we have to look at things and how they're affecting us now. And the point I'm making is simply, people are, and this is all of us, are selective when they look at something like, well, that was the Times. Like, we say that at certain times when it suits the argument, but to say that that was the Times when they wrote about muskets, it's like, well, they meant it to continue. Well, then...
Given that that's what the Times was, so we can move along.
Well, that's what the Times...
that's all he wants.
That really is all I want, is
that's
that one point.
All I want you to do is go, hey, you know what, that's an interesting point, and
Jim,
we can fucking move along.
What an interesting point, and I got to agree with you on that one.
This is about states' rights versus federal rights.
Thank you, yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And the show covers it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good.
I'm sitting here going, guys, just come to see the show. Then you can really make your arguments.
Yes, and you'll be informed.
Oh, you'll be totally informed.
Yeah. I don't like New York states' rights. I don't like what they've done with the Second Amendment as far as that goes.
But
overstepped their bounds, but
right.
it is their stupid right.
It's their right.
It's
the people.
Well, they're right. Yeah. The states' rights are limited by the Constitution.
Right.
So I think they're overstepping their boundaries in some respects as far as the Second Amendment goes. I really do.
You mean Mayor Bloomberg?
Yeah, and I think also that they're putting legislation in place that does nothing. That whole when Cuomo wrote into law that you have to have a magazine with 7 round capacity, 7 rounds, 7 bullets. Didn't he do enough research to know that they don't make 7-round mags for AR-15s and for a lot of handguns and stuff, that there's only a 5 and then a 10-round magazine? So then they're like, okay, we fucked that up. We didn't even know about magazines when we wrote a fucking law about it.
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel.
May of last year,
Cruise immediately took over with our Sirius XM listeners on the highway.
You make me wanna roll my windows down and cruise.
The highway was the first to play Florida-Georgia line.
We love you. Thank you for believing in us.
Now, this award-winning duo wants to say thanks by throwing a party just for Sirius XM subscribers. Performing live from the Troubadour in L.A.
Florida-Georgia line.
Catch the replay tomorrow at 12 midnight, 9 p.m. Pacific.
The highway.
Channel 59. And on the Sirius XM app.
If you're a smoker, make your New Year's resolution to quit come true with Smoke Remedy.
The cravings would come back and I just couldn't stop smoking. Nothing worked until Smoke Remedy. Smoke Remedy helped me to gradually stop smoking. I went from smoking a pack a day to maybe 6 cigarettes a day to 3 cigarettes to 1 until I wasn't smoking anymore. I can breathe. I can exercise now. I feel like I've added years to my life. Smoke Remedy works.
Smoke Remedy contains FDA-regulated homeopathic medicines that can stop your cravings for cigarettes and get rid of your desire to smoke. Smoke Remedy comes in an easy-to-use spray bottle. And when you get the urge to smoke, you spray Smoke Remedy into your mouth to get rid of the craving. There are no chemicals, no nicotine, no taste, and no side effects. Make quitting your New Year's resolution. With Smoke Remedy's guarantee, you will quit or get your money back. Go to SmokeRemedy.com today and save 20%. That's SmokeRemedy.com. SmokeRemedy.com.
My business was losing money because I was wasting time searching through all my paperwork and computer files.
I had boxes of papers all over my house. I couldn't find anything.
Then I got the neat digital filing system. Now all my documents are organized in one place.
With the neat system, the boxes are gone and I can find anything I want in just seconds.
Now I'm making money instead of wasting time.
My life is totally organized.
The Neat digital filing system organizes all your printed paperwork and computer files in just seconds in one tidy, easy-to-find digital place. You simply have to try Neat to see how simple it can be. And now you can try the Neat system for free just by calling 1-800-942-9265. Not only can you organize all your documents in seconds, you can find anything you want in just seconds, too, just by typing one word. Try the Neat system yourself for free. Just call 1-800-942-9265. 1-800-942-9265. That's 1-800-942-9265.
Life moves fast, and you're a busy person, which means you don't have time for the problems a low credit score creates. So let's cut to the chase. A low credit score can be a serious drag. Whether it's disqualifying you for a line of credit or keeping your interest rates high, it can be incredibly frustrating. But at creditrepair.com, we totally get it. With 15 years of experience helping people find solutions to their credit issues, we work with both your creditors and the credit bureaus to improve your credit score. Although your results may vary, our past customers have seen an average of 11 negative deletions from their credit reports in just 4 months. So call us at 800-461-0291.
CreditRepair.com went in, did their job, and I sat back. My goal is perfect credit, and I'm on my way.
Call CreditRepair.com at 800-461-0291 and let us get busy fixing your credit. Call 800-461-0291. 800-461-0291.
Now bring us a figgy pudding and bring it right here.
Figgy pudding. At Bonefish Grill, you can do way better than figgy pudding. Like Bonefish Grill's Imperial Dip, creamy with crab meat, shrimp, and scallops for just $9.40.
It's a holiday miracle.
And a lobster and steak duet, succulent cold water lobster teamed with a juicy 6-ounce sirloin for just $16.90 for a limited time.
Now bring us some steak and lobster. Now
Bonefish Grill. More merry here.
Bring us some steak and lobster.
Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
This segment is Chris Hardwick is talking about the Nerdist, the podcast and TV show. And him and Jim Narden talk about cheese and with other things. I was on TV. I'm a guest.
Back to you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about podcasts.
Yes, sir.
Talking about Walking Dead. What else is going on in your world?
We do the Nerdist TV show for BBC America.
Yeah, when did that start?
That started in 2011. We did a handful of specials, and then now it's on for 10 weeks, and it's sort of an expanded version of the podcast, but it's fun.
I don't like having guys like you in because it just makes me more frustrated
with
yes.
how awful this place is. How did you turn the podcast into a TV? You didn't wait for somebody else to do it. What did you do?
That's our idea. We're like, look, we do so much visual stuff. We could easily get a half hour a week, an hour a week.
Yeah,
and it doesn't have to be on some massive over the top network either.
Well, for us, it was. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, and so that's how I. You mean awesome? Says the guy who follows chess matches.
Fair enough. I have things in my life that are weird.
And which, by the way, I support. I played tournament chess.
Did you? That's right.
We had this great conversation about because I never knew. You were like, oh my god, and we started talking about Kasparov and all these matches.
Magnus Carlsen has agreed to play me.
How do you play regularly?
I'm lying.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to add something. No, I just play for fun.
I remember when I shot the comedy special, we went the after party was on this street and which I'd never been on before. And we go down the street, and there's all these 24-hour chess.
The chess forum. One of them just closed. I'm guessing it's in the Village, and it was like on Thompson or something like that. One of those streets.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out like how do these places stay open? You basically pay like $5 an hour or something to sit down and play. But what keeps? Have they just been open for so long that do they own the buildings, or what do you think the deal is?
Well, one of them closed, and I'm guessing online chess has hurt a lot.
Did you used to go in there?
No, I never played in those places. I would always play at the Cellar with Keith or those guys. But I'm guessing it's a community thing. But now with online chess, you can stay home and play and smoke indoors.
Yeah,
I forgot that you were a big chess guy growing up.
Yeah, I love it.
You were really good though.
I was pretty good, but I can't play anymore because it's too. It hurts my head now.
You play chess with friends?
No, because I'm not. I can't do it recreationally because I've so much of my young life. I was trained to where you're basically trying to fry the board with laser eyes.
Oh, really?
It just.
Did your instructor ever knock all the pieces off so you could see it better?
No, like in Searching for Bobby Fischer? No.
And throw the rook at your head like the Rutgers coach? And call you a faggot?
Did you remember the old SNL sketch with Jim Belushi where he was the Bobby Knight style chess coach?
Yeah.
Knight to rook 4, what are you doing?
That's funny.
So anyway, I pitched the BBC show. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. I got to know the BBC folks. And they said, "Do you want to do a show?" And I said, "Yeah, I want to do like a TV version of the podcast."
Very cool.
So it's not like there aren't like cameras in a studio. It's like a radio studio. It feels like a chat show.
Right.
Now, is there an audience there?
Yeah, there's an audience there.
That's great, though, man. I mean,
how long is it?
It's an hour. The show's an hour
on the BBC.
So it's Saturday night. So it's Doctor Who, and then another show called Orphan Black. That's a sci-fi show, and then our show, The Nerdist, at 10.
I got one chess question. So we all kind of grew up playing chess, but what was it that someone saw in you where they're like, "Whoa, you got a talent here, and you should explore that"?
It was me.
You just knew?
Well, it was me just loving the game so much, and my school. I just happened to be lucky enough to have a school that had the head of the math department also was the computer lab, and he was also the chess coach, and so right in that room. And so he basically set the table for us we'd play chess before school, during lunch, and after school. And then in between, you'd screw around on the computers. It was this bank of Apple IIe computers. And, so that's where a lot of it, that's where a lot of it, they used to post the ratings on the wall every day. They'd print out the ratings, the USCF ratings. And
I belonged to a secret chess club.
Ooh.
And, we were a very secret society, but we would greet each other by seeing each other and going, checkmate.
Why don't you tell Kate that when she was in here?
Because that's all I need is damn panties all over the studio. Oh, chess boy.
Do you think she was interested at all?
She couldn't. She literally couldn't have. If I picked a scab and held it up to her, she couldn't have been less interested in me. Wanted nothing to do with me.
You know, if you had met under different circumstances, but
yes, like me with a ski mask and a gun and her tied up somewhere.
I mean, it's gotta be really intimidating to come into a room of dudes where everyone's talking real fast and there's a lot of testosterone. And
excellent way to put it. That's why I like Chris, because what you should have said is, it must be really uncomfortable to come in where guys are talking and the one with gray hair and the misshapen head hits on you. That's a really nice way to fucking phrase that. Thank you, my friend.
Of course.
I do enjoy chess, though. I love fucking chess play, like great chess players. Like, I want to meet these, because they're playing, I think Magnus Carlsen is playing Viswanathan Anand, and I really am interested in how that turns out for the championship. And I'm just dying to be at that match.
God, I'm telling you, man, you should do some type of a thing with it.
Yeah, but I'm not a good enough player. Like, I literally am a very average player, but because I'm average at it, like, I respect I'm fascinated by those guys. Like, I would love to talk to any of them for a great length. And it would probably bore the audience. I would just ask stupid questions.
I wonder if a lot of them would really be good in conversation.
No, they're probably good when talking to chess people who can talk about, well, explain your opening there. Well, but me, I would just go, so, when the horse jumped the knight, were you happy? That's the same piece, asshole. Oh, sorry.
But you know the game.
I'd rather just talk about Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you agree with what he said about Jews? Go. Make it all uncomfortable. Why not?
I don't know. Why do you ask me these things?
Yeah, then they're winking. Yes.
Any Americans good at chess?
Oh, Fischer was. I mean,
besides him,
yeah, there's some. I'm sure. I mean, they're all
not many though. Is my point, right?
They're Russian because there's a culture of chess there.
Yeah.
And Carlsen is from like Scandinavia or Sweden or something, or Norway. He's from some Nordic fucking country.
America, like other countries, will take kids where they notice an aptitude for something and make them, like they will exploit those in terms of musicianship or sport, or like ballet or something or chess. And in America, it's basically like pageants, like that's pageants are what are America. It's sort of what they do with their.
Sad.
Yeah, it really.
We have the first black grandmaster, I believe, is American. Look him up. I don't know his name, but
he can say any name right now. I think.
Did you see Brooklyn Castle? That documentary last year?
I did not know, but I remember that.
Yeah, it's very good. It's about a group of kids from a Brooklyn chess team.
Right.
Yeah,
I wanted to get them in to interview them, actually. Who's
Ashley?
Maurice Ashley, yes, the first black GM.
You know something about chess there, Travis?
Just Google it.
No, I just like good documentaries, and that was
I love a good documentary.
Brooklyn Castle.
Speaking of which, Vice is on tonight. Let's not forget, give those guys a plug.
Vice is on tonight.
Shane Smith's show.
Love those guys.
From HBO, Vice on HBO. It's going to be
I haven't seen it yet, but I know the show.
It's going to be fun.
It's tremendous.
It's going to be good. He saw the first 2 episodes.
First 2, and they showed part of the Korea episode, which was oddly moving. Like, because it wasn't all about Rodman, because there was a couple of the Globetrotters there, and they were showing some of the game. But then they're showing the Globetrotters interact with these kids, these North Korean children, and it was really amazing to watch these kids being just spinning the basketball on their finger, the old trick they would do. Yeah. They'd never seen anything like that. Like, American kids see that shit on TV all the time. They'd never seen it, and to watch them reacting to it was really moving. It was great.
Wow.
Vice guys are fucking tremendous. They were all there, too, at the premiere. Shane was there, fucking Sarouche, all of them. The whole fucking... And the one guy was telling us about getting drunk with Kim Jong-un. It was very interesting.
And then Shane's teasing that one line. Was it in Afghanistan, the borderline?
Oh, no, Pakistan, India.
India.
The border, in Kashmir.
He went right up to the line. He was kind of fooling around with it a little bit.
It was great.
And basically, if you go over the line, they will shoot you.
They said that they will. If you walk into Pakistan, if you take one step over the line in Pakistan, they'll shoot you. And they mean it. They're not bluffing.
Went right up to the line and just kind of tiptoed around a little bit.
This is not a Cuba
Crazy.
fucking U.S. Guantanamo thing where they're not actually going to shoot you if you put 1 foot over. You know, I mean, if you ran in, they might. But if you put 1 foot over the line in Cuba, they're not going to shoot an American. But in Pakistan, India, you put 1 foot over the line, they'll shoot you dead.
Yeah.
I know I'm saying that like an authority figure. I'm repeating what I heard, but with fervor.
And they're never going to figure that one out.
No, they hate each other.
Yeah, it's Hindus and Muslims.
Yeah.
They're not going to figure that one out.
Oh, you know. What do I know?
Yeah.
I just want another Carlson Anand match. That's all I care about. You look it up. When is it? If I can get tickets, tell Rollin to book them. Thanks.
So, Chris, when are you sleeping if you got all these projects?
I don't sleep very often. I sleep on planes.
Do you really? I can't sleep on planes at all.
I don't have a problem sleeping on planes.
I even fall asleep while you're getting blown. That's happened to me a few times.
Jesus, really?
For real.
Getting blown, is that where...
Yes.
Oh, a mouth bath. Yeah.
Oh, what a great way
Are you kidding, though?
No, I've been very tired.
I've been very tired. You know, Jim, you're fascinating to me because I think you should do a political show or something. You know, it's because it's like you know, the girls come in and you sort of make like, I'm gonna put a ski mask on, and you make these, but you have so much insight into things. I really think you should do some kind of political something, or I don't know.
Thank you. Nobody agrees with you. I agree with you, but nobody agrees with you.
You're a fucking smart guy. You should really, you could fucking take over.
Weeze says he likes talking politics with you. One of my uber liberal friends.
You know, Weeze is a real liberal. He's not a fake language police liberal.
All in liberal.
Yeah, but he's a guy. He's a liberal who just did time in Vietnam, served 2 tours, and fucking hates the government and doesn't trust them. Like, that to me is what a fucking, you know, he's a denim jacket wearing liberal. He's not like one of these guys who wants you fired if you don't hyphenate properly or
but he always likes talking politics with you.
Well, you know,
you give him a good run.
And I'm reasonable. I don't disagree with everything he says.
Give him a good run, so.
Well, you know.
Are you on the road a lot?
Oh, God, is he?
I am, but not as... I just shot an hour or so. Like, I'm back now for a while. I got a few dates. I actually got Caroline's next week.
Yeah.
And then I get Stretch Factory, a few things local, you know, Baltimore. And then I'm done with the act for a while. It's like you want to just start over.
Sure, yeah. That's where I am. Because my special aired in November, so now I'm building the new...
Which is the best.
It's fun.
It's a fun the weird thing about this is I shot the special. Normally, once the special is shot, I have no more fucking road work, and it's goodbye material and right to the Comedy Cellar. But now I still have, I'm going to probably work up until July. Once the special airs, I will not be doing the material anymore. You can't.
I found what's interesting is that when I did the special last year, it basically was born out of a bunch of shorter sets that were stitched together. But now that I'm forming the set on the road that when I've gone and like tried to do guest sets, 10-minute guest sets, I fucking struggle because I'm like, oh God, I don't know, this one bit needs this other bit next to it to contextualize it, and it's sort of hard to because I'm not just like joke. So it's been sort of weird, but it's great. Like, to do the hour is great.
But it is hard when you walk into a place, they want you to, all right, we'll do a couple minutes of stuff. And it's like, all right, well, my opening joke, I can't do that because I fucking say cunt in it. My next joke is racial. I can't do that. Like, they think that they just do a couple of minutes. It doesn't work that way.
Because you sort of have to let the audience get to know you a little bit before you go deeper, so that they're like, okay, they're already on board. They know you're not threatening. They know that, you know. So it's sort of, some guy in L.A. was like, oh, I'm starting up the show. Do you want to come do 7 minutes? And I felt like a dick. I was like, I don't know if I know how to do 7 minutes anymore because I don't have just like 8 jokes for a 7-minute set.
And you got to I did live at Gotham last night, and Chris didn't care. Mazzilli, the owner of Gotham, he goes, do older stuff, whatever. Because I couldn't do anything I had just shot. Because if I aired something live on TV before it out of my special, they would have fucking decapitated me.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going through a lot of material, which was fun to do because I haven't done some of it in a while, and some of it I've never done on TV. And there was one new bit that's just not going to stay in the special that I did. And it was weird to have to time it. Because, you know, it's live television, so the guys wrap it up, and he's like, you better fucking finish quickly. At one point, I just look at the crowd, I'm like, look at these girls. All right, be right back.
Did you really?
Yeah, because I knew like I would rather just go out like just saying something silly.
That's funny,
than in the
though.
middle of a joke, and
Yeah.
when you can't fuck with the advertisers.
Right.
You know, you just can't.
Yeah, we don't fuck with the advertisers ever.
Well, I think that's the beauty of not having any.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing to lose. We risk losing no one. We can't offend our advertisers.
Chris Hardwick is at Caroline's this weekend. And of course, it's Nerdist on Twitter. It's the Nerdist podcast. It's Nerdist.com. It's the BBC show. It's unbelievable, man.
Because Chris is a fucking doer. I respect that. Honestly, I really mean that.
I appreciate
it's fucking good. You do shit. And that's, I respect that.
I think it was just like I said before. The majority of my career, I wasn't doing anything, and then you get to a certain point where you're like, if I don't start doing stuff now, it's not gonna happen.
Right.
And no one just comes in and goes, here, have this thing.
No, they don't. And we all wait for that magic day where someday I'll wake up and the call will come. Jim, everything's in line.
You just have to show up.
The networks all called. They get it. Never gonna happen.
They
just
didn't
have
want
to
to wake
show
you up.
up.
They knew you were sleeping in.
That will never happen.
And the podcast is always in the top 10, if not even. I mean, it's like one or two on a lot of weeks too.
We've been pretty fortunate about it. It's just fun. I just like doing the stuff that I do. I think that's the best thing. Is if you like what you're doing, everything's gravy.
Do you do it by yourself like Bill Burr, or do you have guests?
Well, there are two co-hosts who are on a lot of the episodes, but not all of them, because a lot of them I travel or they're working or whatever on other stuff, and so. But we have guests, and then we have episodes where it's just the three hosts.
Oh, cool.
That we call hostful episodes, and those usually go up about once a week.
Good for you, man.
And we just did a stand-up special too. We did a stand-up special at our space at Meltdown.
Where's Meltdown?
Meltdown's a comic book store in L.A., and we have a little theater space at the back. So we do shows 7 nights a week, and so I did a stand-up. We do a stand-up special once a year, so we're putting that up soon.
Oh, that's great, man.
Yeah.
See, we need a spot like that somewhere in New York City.
We need
just our little joint.
You need a live spot
to do.
We
talk about a lot of stuff.
We
all
have
of us,
nothing,
but we don't do it.
Dude,
that's our
seriously,
fault.
I'm telling you, having a little clubhouse was so great for us. And ours is in a comic book store, and it's a really great environment, and the store is huge, and it's kind of a legendary store. And a lot of our podcasts, we have a space upstairs, and a lot of our podcasts record there. It's fun. So, yeah, you guys should just have a live space where people can come hang out. You go do live shows and
here's what we
interact
do.
with your
Here's what we
crowd.
do. We complain on the air and complain to each other, and we mean it. We're genuinely being honest with each other, and then we just go our separate ways and all do nothing about it.
I gotta tell you something though.
But we're also under contract, and these guys just don't feel like listening to. I got to defend us a little bit. I've had a shitload of meetings with Scott Greenstein on a lot of this stuff,
I know.
and it's a lot of yeah, and nothing ever fucking.
But
comes
we
of
don't
it.
make it happen. And I say we because I'm as late. Believe me, I am emotionally at times very bad with this shit. I know what I have to do, and I don't do it.
What's very hard and what I don't understand how you do is doing a morning radio show is so emotionally taxing and exhausting. I don't know how you do get up super early in the morning and then still go perform at night.
Because I find that if in both fields you level off at mediocrity, it removes all pressure. I can wake up tired and be blah. I can go on stage tired and it's blah. That's all it is. It's a constant mediocre.
I have a final question because you just brought up something.
Sure.
Why is doing morning radio so taxing? You've been in this radio game a while now.
Because
we only work 4 or 5 hours.
You do technically,
but
you
is it mentally just exhausting?
Well, for me, I remember getting up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd be to work by 4:30. You'd have to do show prep. So we were on the air at 5:30 maybe or 6 or something, and then you do the 4-hour show, but you're constantly mentally engaged the whole time because you're looking at the clock. How long? Okay, we got this. We're talking to that guy. We're going to this break. Go to this song. Then after that, there's the post show. Then you kind of got a plan, and then throughout the day, you're like, oh, what are we going to do for the show tomorrow? Then, so it's really like a 12-hour job,
right?
and your day ends at like 3 in the afternoon, and then you're exhausted, and then you have time to do other stuff, and then that.
I bailed on it being a 12-hour a day job.
It's not even a 4-hour day job for us.
But it was for many years. But I finally had to say, no, man. Mentally, it's killing me.
It's
and people
rough.
work way the fuck harder than us. But I go home exhausted a lot of days.
I would challenge. I mean, yes, it's not. This stuff. It's not like construction or building a railroad or it's not work with your hands. But, you challenge someone to be super focused and mentally engaged for 5 hours straight, and they're gonna be tired. Your brain gets fucking tired.
Right, in the real world, you're lucky to get someone to pay attention to you for 15 seconds. I mean, you have to have that ridiculous focus for 4 or 5 hours a day.
Yeah, where you really are paying attention to everything for 5 hours, or else
fucked.
Yeah, it goes off the rails.
Right on. Well, Chris, it's always a pleasure.
Thanks,
Chris
guys.
Hardwick.
Good to see you.
Double cons, motherfucker.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. Eastside Dave McDonald smashes face first into the space between sports and pop culture.
People want to pretend like Carmelo Anthony is a top 3 player. He's not even close.
It's live, uncensored sports talk like you've never heard it before.
But I just like the image of a fucking football player running a fucking train on the guy's goddamn sister.
The Davey Max Sports Program XL. Today at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific. Or listen when you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand on the Opie and Anthony channel.
The Bob Woodruff Foundation and the New York Comedy Festival present a special event, Stand Up for Heroes. With performances from Bill Cosby, Jim Gaffigan, Jerry Seinfeld, Bruce Springsteen, Jon Stewart, and Roger Waters. Donate and stand up for our veteran heroes at BobWoodruffFoundation.org. And hear these special performances from Bruce Springsteen and Roger Waters on E Street Radio tomorrow, 8 p.m. East. And also online on the Pink Floyd channel. Go to SiriusXM.com for air dates and times.
Hey, it's me, Mike Rowe, here with Fiona Doran, a service advisor to Ford dealership. I've got about 60 seconds today to convince you that Ford is actually in the tire business. I'll be asking the questions. Fiona, she'll be answering them. How are you, Fiona?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Are you ready?
I am.
If I need new tires for my Ford, where should I go?
Your Ford dealership.
And who carries 11 major brands?
Your Ford dealership.
And who's having a big tire event?
Your Ford dealership.
You're basically going to say your Ford dealership no matter what I say, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Nice shoes. Where'd you get those?
Your Ford dealership.
Come see the vehicle experts and get a $70 mail-in rebate when you buy 4 select tires. Plus another $70 when you use the Ford Service credit card. That's up to $140.
What's the capital of Wisconsin?
Your Ford dealership.
That's technically not true.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Other tire manufacturer rebate or offer cannot be combined, or Ford Service credit card rebate or offer. See your participating Ford dealer for details through 12/31/13.
If you're a smoker, make your New Year's resolution to quit come true with Smoke Remedy.
I smoked on and off for 30 years. I stumbled on Smoke Remedy one day. I was kind of skeptical at first. I didn't think that something that you sprayed in your mouth would work after all the other things that I had tried. I started carrying the bottle around with me. I would spray when I would crave a cigarette. Everything that I tried to quit smoking failed until I got Smoke Remedy, and now I'm an ex-smoker.
Smoke Remedy contains FDA-regulated homeopathic medicines that can stop your cravings for cigarettes and get rid of your desire to smoke. Smoke Remedy comes in an easy-to-use spray bottle, and when you get the urge to smoke, you spray Smoke Remedy into your mouth to get rid of the craving. There are no chemicals, no nicotine, no taste, and no side effects. Make quitting your New Year's resolution. With Smoke Remedy's guarantee, you will quit or get your money back. Go to SmokeRemedy.com today and save 20%. That's SmokeRemedy.com. SmokeRemedy.com.
If you own a business, you know incorporating can be a smart way to protect yourself and your assets. So the question is, why haven't you incorporated your business yet?
My business? It's too small.
Wrong. No matter how small your business, you run the risk of losing all your personal assets, your car, your home, even your entire life savings if you're not incorporated.
Incorporating is very complicated.
Actually, incorporating is easy and fast. You can do it in just 10 minutes. Call now for your free guide from LLC.com. 1-800-945-8645.
I need a lawyer to incorporate. That's really expensive.
You don't need a lawyer, and we don't offer legal or financial advice. LLC.com is a service company whose only mission is helping people like you incorporate safely, easily, and quickly. Find out how simple it is to protect your family and personal assets by incorporating. Call now for your free guide. 1-800-945-8645. 1-800-945-8645. That's 1-800-945-8645.
I need to control internet usage in my office.
Do you want to pay a fee for every user?
No.
Do you want to pay extra to protect remote users?
No.
How about a product that's difficult to install and use?
No.
Offshore or automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Web Filter. Content filtering, application control, and malware protection with no per-user fees. Available as a hardware appliance, virtual appliance, or as a cloud service. And live humans to answer your calls. Try Barracuda Web Filter free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Hey everybody, it's your old pal DJ Dennis Falcone. And you know, before we can appreciate what those wild guys Opie and Anthony do, we gotta give a tip of the hat to those who have paved the way. So today, let's take a journey through the history of American shock jockery. Now let's set the way back machine to 1968 for a DJ by the name of Snowy Hills. He had a young starlet named Lorraine Baines in the studio. Let's give a listen.
Good morning, Snowy Hills here on WXCF 97.3 with Lorraine Baines in studio. Lorraine, already got her hoo-haws out, don't you, dearie?
Oh, you know it.
What do you say we go ahead and stick this can of hairspray right up the old caboose-a-roo?
Go ahead and fill her up.
And a nice caboose it is. Tight fit, huh, Lorraine?
Nothing I haven't taken before.
Well, would you look at that? Hey, I got a matchbook right here. Lorraine, what do you say we give the old nozzle a toot and we make some fireworks?
Sounds like a plan.
And away we go.
Boy, that was a fun day. Unfortunately, WXCF burned to the ground, and Snowy Hills suffered from third-degree burns all over his face and body. But that didn't stop him from playing the hits until 1989, when he was found to be in possession of child pornography. Hey, the more you know, am I right? Haha, just teasing. Keep those ears to the speakers for the next time your radio pal, DJ Dennis Falcone, that's me, takes you through the history of American shock jockery.
One Little Joint Supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-451-4810. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Walgreens, and Vitamin Shop. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-451-4810. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-451-4810.
Texting and driving? That's a definite no-no. Checking your email at the dinner table? Well, you could do that, but you'd probably end up with cold food and a cold stare from across the table. How about backing up your computer files at home or at work while doing just about anything else? Hey, you can absolutely do that. If you have Carbonite. With Carbonite, your computer files will be backed up to the cloud for you, automatically and continually. Plus, you can get to your backed up files instantly on your smartphone or tablet with a free Carbonite app. And no matter how many computers, servers, or external drives you have, Carbonite has a really affordable plan for you. So don't spend your valuable time backing up your computer files. Let Carbonite do it for you. Start a free trial today at Carbonite.com. No credit card required. Yep, it really is a free trial. Imagine that. Use offer code RADIO and get 2 free bonus months with purchase. That's Carbonite.com. And the offer code is RADIO.
You don't have time for the problems a low credit score creates. But at CreditRepair.com, we totally get it. With 15 years of experience helping people find solutions to their credit issues, we work with both your creditors and the credit bureaus to improve your credit score. Although your results may vary, our past customers have seen an average of 11 negative deletions from their credit reports in just 4 months. Call 800-335-7186. 800-335-7186.
Magic Jack won the 2013 Consumer Choice Award for quality, value, price, and ease of use. Just $29.95 per year for unlimited local and long-distance calling in the U.S. and Canada. Magic Jack also lets you keep your phone number. The choice is clear. Do the math.
Get Magic Jack Plus 2014 at MagicJack.com, Walmart, Radio Shack, and Best Buy. Service requires purchase of the Magic Jack device in compliance with terms of service.
When it comes to your health, you can't predict the future. But with the right information, you can plan for it by taking a closer look at your DNA. 23andMe.com is a genetic testing service that gives you over 240 personalized reports for just $99. The more you know about your DNA, the more you know about your health at 23andMe.com. That's the number 23andMe.com.
Results will vary due to unique differences in each individual's DNA. 23andMe services are not a substitute for professional medical advice. New York and Maryland restrictions apply.
Feel like telling someone to fuck off.
Fuck yeah. I like where this is going.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line.
You can do anything. You can literally do anything you want.
Say something. Do what you gotta do. 866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU-LINE 1.
Fun stuff.
That's genius. Amazing. I love it. It's the Opie and Anthony FU line. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air. Fuck yeah. This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This week, Rich Vos and Bonnie McFarlane's podcast, My Wife Hates Me.
We are back doing our podcast. And the last two podcasts are going to be hard to follow. What do you think? We got to step it up this time to follow those last two. Those last two podcasts brought us.
Well, we had other people on them, so it was easier.
Brought us to another level.
When there's other people around, I definitely feel like I get a little bounce in my step, you know?
Yeah. I see you.
Put a little jig in my jag.
I see you when there's other people around. I think you're on a pogo stick. That's how much bounce. That's how much bounce you have in your step.
Please, Rich, come on.
What?
You're not even trying. You're just being like. You're
okay,
like.
I am trying.
No, you're not.
I am.
You're like.
I have my.
Put a little bounce in your step. Like, come on.
All right, let's get it together. So.
I think because I called you, it said you had a reputation for being hot-headed. You're now trying to be the opposite.
It's so dumb.
Take your gum out.
What brought that up? Oh,
because you wanted to write an email back to somebody who, whatever, that we're getting paid for something and
and they're
delaying.
We did a favor. A big favor. I mean, it's not. It's a little favor.
Is it a favor? We did a pilot.
We did a pilot, but it's a favor because the money we did it for. It's not a favor. If it gets picked up, then it works to our benefit. But the fact that we went in for such low money. I mean, Bonnie and I, we're a brand. You know, we're a brand, you know, just like Duck Dynasty's a brand, the Housewives are a brand, you know, we are a brand. There's no one like us. There's no one that could say to their wife, shut up, you're stupid, all right, and have a bunch of females at a female comedy festival get upset.
I'll get to that.
Okay, we'll get to that. Now, so we're a brand. So here's the deal. We do this pilot, and hopefully it gets picked up. Everybody we worked with, we liked on the pilot. The people running the pilot, the people in the pilot. It was a lot of fun. But still, you know, you got to separate fun with
business.
With business.
It's not show fun, everybody.
You're not even trying.
It's show business.
So,
it's your show business.
So hopefully it gets picked up, and then we'll be on a TV show. Hopefully it gets picked up, and they keep Bonnie and I on it. You know, it can get picked up, and they can just cut us loose.
What if they said just you, Rich, not Bonnie?
I would have to say, what day do you want me to start?
I would be thrilled. There's nothing I would want to do less than a reality.
That's what I'm going to say to the judge. Just me, not Bonnie. So
I don't get that.
I don't know. It's just I'm just trying to explain things. I'll get funny at some point, or maybe not.
Don't try.
Don't try.
Don't try to be funny. Just let your personality come through.
That's how it works. So, anyhow, the payment we taped this. How long ago do you think we taped it?
I don't know. A month and a half.
A month and a half ago. And you know, it's small money, but it's just the fact that the money I get and the money Bonnie gets. It's found money now. So they put us through, all of a sudden now they send us paperwork, which we didn't do paperwork the last, this is our second shoot with them.
Okay, so, and once again, you don't have to go through every detail. They're taking a long time with payment. This is how you tell the story. They're taking a long time with payment, holding up for various reasons, and you wanted to send off a email.
Yeah,
being angry, and I said, "Don't be defensive."
Not being angry, saying.
Did you write the email that I told you to write?
Yeah. First of all, the email I want is like, "Hey, we did you guys a favor. Why would you make us wait so long? Why would you
that
make us go?"
That doesn't come off an email.
And before all that, before all that, the people doing this have a lot of money. And,
I know, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna pay us.
Yeah, they're gonna pay us. Of course, they're gonna pay us.
You don't need the money tomorrow.
I don't need it at all. I don't need it. It's principle. See, you with your Canadian
it's not
upbringing.
That. It's that I don't want to have a fight. All the time.
It's not a fight when you say to somebody, "Hey, why are you taking advantage of? Why are you fucking me after I helped you? After I did something nice."
Then you should call the guy and ask him point blank.
Yeah, after we both.
He'll say, "I'm not fucking you. I'm paying you. I just have to do this paperwork first."
And you know what? But they would know that they're fucking you after you do them a favor. And I'm tired. I don't let people. If you let people take advantage of it.
But the thing is that you want to be right.
They don't see it as. I'm not right.
No, I know, but you want at the end of the day for them to be like, "Oh, you know what? We are fucking rich.
You're right.
Let's not do it." They won't. It'll never happen.
Okay. At the end of the day,
it'll never happen.
But guess what? It might not happen the second time. It might not happen down the road.
Of course it will. That's how they get to be rich businessmen.
No, not to me. It might not happen down the road.
Because they just won't use you for anything anymore.
Or if they do use me and then I put stipulate.
Like, rich is a problem.
No, and then I put stipulate. You know what they use? If you're talented and they want you.
Look, you're arguing to me like you're right. You're right.
Okay.
You're right. But I'm saying writing an email that's defensive and angry.
Not defensive. That's aggressive. It's not defensive. It's aggressive.
Either way, that's how they're going to take it. Either way, it won't help anything except for send bad.
Because you know what? But then you're saying in life. If ever.
No, but I'm saying that amount of money, it's not worth it. But if it was a lot of money or it was a bigger deal.
But principle, you're saying in life, if you ever fight back, or if you ever stand up for yourself.
No, I'm not.
It's not worth it.
That's not true. I'm saying there are gray areas.
There's gray areas in everything. There's gray areas in war. There's gray areas in business. There's gray areas in buying and selling. There's gray.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I
All right.
agree.
There's gray areas. So, but you have to, at some point in life, you got to say, you know what? This is where I am at in the business. This is who I am. Whether I get further, whether I get lower, I'm a person. I'm a human. Don't fucking treat me like a douchebag.
Okay, but then I said, send the email that says, we'd appreciate it if you put it in the mail tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because he said it's going to take a week or whatever.
Over a week.
So I said, instead of putting all that defensiveness into the email, you just write what you want. That's all you do. That way you don't start a fight.
He never got back to me.
Well, but at least he's not arguing back.
But I'm not trying to start arguing. I'm trying to make a point.
I know, but you made the point by saying put it in the. That's saying like I have respect for myself. I think you should put it in the mail tomorrow. And it's not saying like, hey, we did you a favor, because then he could be like, fuck you, we did you a favor by putting you in a pilot.
No. Because
I'm not saying that's right. I'm saying that's what they'll say. You will not change anybody's mind by arguing and being defensive. You won't.
I'm not. You're right. You can change people. You can change them.
You try all the time.
No, I don't try to change them. I try to change their outlook on me.
They won't. They'll change their outlook on you. They'll just be like, he's a problem. We don't want to deal with him anymore.
Then they don't deal with me because I don't want to deal with somebody that's going to fuck me. Why would I want to deal with?
But I'm involved in that too.
Would you want to deal? If this is how they start,
I didn't want to do the pilot from the jump.
If anybody starts off a relationship like this, why would you want to deal with them without setting a precedent?
I'm saying, Rich, you don't know what's coming in life.
I know.
You don't know where it's headed, and you don't know who he talks to, and so why bother over that? It's not going to do the amount of good that it does is not worth it. That's all I'm saying.
But see, the same thing as you saying, send him an email. We'd appreciate it.
Well, because I was
that's
trying
so passive aggressive.
It's not passive aggressive. It's just completely the fact. We'd appreciate it if you put it in the mail tomorrow. Then there's nothing on either. There's no then it's like, oh, okay, they'd like it if we put it in the mail tomorrow. But when you start putting like conditions on, like, hey, we did you a favor, all this stuff, that's where they can argue with you.
No, I didn't say we did you a favor. Say, look, we did this over a month and a half ago.
Okay, but
here's the thing.
But that's what I'm saying. That's where it gets like, oh my God, this guy is angry.
But their last email was, 2 weeks ago, we'll send it out, then they come back with this.
I know they're wrong.
Okay.
They're wrong. I can't impart to you enough. You're right, but being right doesn't always mean that it's in your benefit to point that out.
No, it usually is not in your benefit.
Okay, so
it usually works against you, but...
So then don't.
But
guess
what? Guess what?
So let it go. You have to learn to let some things go.
Also, too, you have to learn, you have to realize, I got to live with me. I'm in my... So
it can't be easy. I mean...
Well, so, you know what? If I don't respect myself, and then,
come! Are you kidding me right now?
What?
That is such bullshit.
You're
not going to respect yourself because you're not going to send an angry email because your check is 2 weeks late. Come on, Rich.
It's not about the check.
I can't even look at myself in the mirror. I let them send that check 15 days after I said I would accept it. Why? I can't sleep at night. Come on.
No, first of all,
Come on.
I'm saying.
2 Mondays went by and I didn't say anything. What kind of... Am I a man or a mouse?
You could be a strong mouse. It's just disrespectful. I don't like to be disrespected.
So what? So learn. You're in the wrong business then. Get out of the business.
No, any business.
Get out of You've chosen a business where,
either do your hair or do something with your hair.
I want to go get a hairband, but I can't. My point is this. You've got to learn to let things go or get out of this business.
No.
Yes.
No. No.
Okay.
Any business
keep doing what you're doing and having the same results.
Well, first of all, don't try to use first of all, and then you said I have a reputation for being a hothead. Now, I don't have a reputation whatsoever for being a hothead. You can't say I have a reputation for being mean or for being dirty and now throwing in hothead. I don't have a hothead.
People put it all under the same umbrella. He's difficult. I bet you if you ask people, he's a hothead. You get mad. That's enough for people.
Where do I get mad? What are you talking about?
We just had an entire discussion about you getting mad about a check that's 2 weeks late.
I didn't say I was mad. I said I was...
Oh, what did you say?
Disrespected.
Oh, okay. Oh, God, I can't. Move on. Next thing.
Oh,
I can't
go
on.
now you want to go...
No, because I can't. Because you know why? You're like... I don't know what you call it, but the way that you live is like in this little teeny tiny box, and God forbid somebody say one word out of it, and you're like, no. It's like you just don't have any...
Well, how do you make up these scenarios? I live in this teeny... No,
whatever.
I live in the real world where I don't let people walk all over me. That's all.
Okay, well...
That's all?
Welcome to being a hothead.
Well, yeah, I'm not a hothead.
You're so focused on being right, you can't ever like...
No, I'm not focused on always being right. I'm sometimes focused on...
On what, Rich? Where's it getting you, this conversation? What's it buying you? Does it feel good?
No. This conversation between us?
Yes.
No, we're both making our points. You turn everything into an argument. This is an argument. This is two people making different points. Okay? I
don't see what your point is. That you're going to keep getting mad at people, but you're not a hothead.
Whoa. My point is that I don't like people to take advantage of me. That's all. See, you take everything...
I agree, but I agree. You don't want people to take advantage of you. But pick your battles.
Oh, well, this was one of my battles I picked.
Well, then you should have called them. You should have picked up your phone. Can you do something about that?
Oh.
You should have picked up your phone and called him. And said, hey, dude, instead of
I said I was going to call him, and you said don't. Listen, when we disagree... Okay, you turn it into an argument and an attack on me.
No, I don't, because
you turn it because I don't agree with you, and we see things different. That means I live in a small box.
But then
when am I going to get help?
Here's the thing. No. Look, I didn't mean you live in a small box. I'm saying you're the way that you frame everything is so tiny.
It's not tiny. I look at the big picture.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't. You look at what's going to satisfy your emotions in the moment.
That too. I look at what's going to, yes, and I look at
and how does this, and how do you suppose getting mad at XYZ guy is going to...
Why did you give his name?
Why is getting mad at him? How does that help you in the big picture? Like, where do you really, honestly, how do you think that's going to help you? And then we have to move on, because honestly, this kind of conversation frustrates the fuck out of people, because they're like, why can't you see it?
See, now you're saying that everybody's on your side.
I'm not saying people are on my side. They're just, it's like...
People that listen to this are thinking, you know what? He's right. I don't like when people take advantage of me, and sometimes I speak
every
up.
single person listening would say, you pick your battles. You don't fight every battle.
Not everyone.
And
I don't fight everyone.
Anybody who's in a business. They know they have to take some shit. They have to be disrespected now and again. They got to look at the big picture. They got to say, well, how am I, instead of being right, how am I going to get what I want?
Okay, here, let's put it this way.
Which you don't generally
do. This company has disrespected me for years.
Then you should call them by all means, and you shouldn't have worked with them at all. No. But the fact is that when you called the guy, when they wanted us to do it the second time, and whatever, the money was low and stuff, and you called him to discuss it, you caved in like that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. And you didn't show any of this kind of like, hey, please don't disrespect me.
No, we were already committed.
That to him. You didn't say to him, hey, I feel like you're disrespecting me. You weren't mature like that at all.
First of all, we were driving, and it's hard to process when things are going that quick.
Okay, now we're getting to it. Right.
Now we're getting to it.
But in an email to his assistant, you can...
No, it wasn't his assistant. That person, it's not his assistant. That's that email came from the producer.
The money comes from the top guy.
The money comes from, the money comes from, yeah.
So obviously that guy was just doing
So you're attacking Jews now. Is that what you're doing?
I don't get it.
All right. Let's move on to, let's talk about L.A., the podcast festival that we did in L.A., which I had a great time.
You didn't want to go.
Who said I didn't want to? Are you really?
You didn't want to go. I had to convince
No, I didn't say I didn't want to go. I said, is it going to be worth all the money we put out to do it? I never once said I don't want to do this. You never heard that come out of my mouth. You twist things, but I don't want to get in an argument. All I said
you
was... You
don't? Aren't I disrespecting you? You should say it. If I'm disrespecting you, you should definitely
No, you're misquoting
unload.
me. You're misquoting me. There's a difference between disrespecting and misquoting.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So I never said I didn't want to go. Bonnie set us up. She has, still has her hipster friends in L.A. And the guy running the podcast festival,
Chris Mancini.
Yes,
one of them.
From Philly, said we worked together years ago. These guys have great memories. They remember 20-something years ago. He said we worked together, and we got there. We went to L.A., and it was Bonnie and I on our own. And it was just, it was fun. The podcast, there was all these, Marin was there, and Doug Benson, and Dana Gould, and
Jake Johansson,
and what's his name? Does the radio show, does all the different characters on his... he's really funny. I watched some of his podcasts.
You did?
Yeah. What the hell is... Oh, shit, I just had his name and it slipped out of... Anyhow, we'll get back to it. He does a radio show out of L.A., and he does the callers and the host and whatever. Funny cat. And who else was there? What's her name? Aisha Tyler was there. Mm-hmm. Maria Bamford. It was the L.A. podcast scene. Mm-hmm. And the only
we had Andy Kindler on our podcast.
Well, the only two East Coast podcasts that were there were Keith and the Girl, and us. And which, it was kind of cool. Keith and the Girl, we went to see their podcast. It was great. They did, theirs in the same room we did ours in, actually. It wasn't the same night, though, was it?
It was right after ours.
Oh, it was. It was right after ours.
They had, in the hotel, they had all these different, ballrooms and stuff. And
well, we were in a smaller room. When we did the opening, the two opening podcasts that night was Mark Maron in the big room and us in the little room, yeah. And our room started off. I'm going, oh man, there's no one in here.
But it filled up.
But it filled up. It got packed. I mean, you could hear the laughter from Marin.
Mark Maron's must have been.
It must have
I
been.
kept thinking we were we were just getting the overflow for Maron's.
No,
but then they told us no, his wasn't 100% full.
No, he probably had about.
But why would anyone stop by ours if Mark Maron was in the other room?
Well,
because what you did was you bought a ticket that could get either for the night or for the weekend. So you could go see anything that was going on.
Any podcast. So his podcast, I guess that room, I don't even know what he had because I wasn't in there. But let's say 200, 150. And then we probably had about, in our room, about 60 or 70, right? Mm-hmm. About 60. And it was great. I mean, we've never done, have we ever done a live podcast where there was an audience? No. That's our first.
I don't think so.
And when the laughter and the, as a comic, when you hear laughter, it generates energy, and then it's easier to be funny in front of an audience.
Yeah.
And then Andy Kindler sat in, who is brilliant. I mean,
he's very funny.
He's just so.
He's very quick.
A lot of people. I shouldn't say this. There's some people that don't get him on. The East Coast.
East Coast.
You can't get any funnier
and
than Kindler.
He's such a comic. Yeah.
But he's just so fucking funny.
Yeah, he's great.
Right, and then one of Bonnie's friends, Jackie Cation, sat in for
So then
5
she realized
minutes.
she had to go do a show.
Why
are you bringing this stuff up? I mean, it seems
we're talking about
and they can just listen to that podcast.
Jake Johansson.
They probably have. They probably did listen.
I'm just saying it was, and then Jake Johansson.
I know, but why are you going you're listing, you're bullet pointing our last podcast? That's what we're going to do from now on. Every podcast we do, at some point in the podcast, Rich is going to bullet point the last podcast.
Is that what I'm going to do?
Yeah, we'll call it update. Last podcast update. Oh, actually, that was 2 podcasts ago. So now you're going to have to also bullet point
the last podcast. So
we did a stand-up show though also.
Oh well, and here's the deal with the stand-up show. I see the list of stand-up comics on the show Saturday night, and my name's not on the list. Disrespected. And I said to one of the guys running the festival, I said, I mean, how do you not have an East Coast comic on this show? It's all the L.A. comics. I mean, wouldn't you want to add a different flavor? And I'm not saying I think I have enough credits and, history as a stand-up that I should be on this goddamn show. So we go down Saturday night to watch a show, and the guy running Chris said, "Oh, so you bullied your way on the show?" I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "You're on the show," which nobody told me. And I didn't really bully my way onto the show. I just made an observation.
Well, the guy who put the show together said, I realized
Dave
he was
Anthony,
right.
Dave Anthony, who was a comic in New York that I worked with.
Said there was no East Coast. There was no one like him on the show, so we put him on the show. But the fact that you had to, be your own manager and...
Yeah. Well, I you know what I did? That we both benefited from?
What?
I spoke up for myself. That's what I did.
Well, by the way, I emailed them 2 weeks prior and said, "Can we be on the comedy show?"
I told you.
So I did speak up.
No, you asked. You said, "Can we be on it?" I spoke up and said, "There's a difference. You're Canadian asking passive."
Okay, well.
Okay, so I spoke up, and we both got on the show, and
I got on the show because the girl didn't show up that was supposed to be on it.
Well,
I was just the last minute fill-in.
Yeah, but it went well. They had 2 different types of comics that they didn't have throughout the whole night. I mean, not saying all the comics. They were all different comics. They were all different. There was that guy from Australia that killed up front. Mm-hmm. Who else was on it? Then I didn't really...
We don't have to bullet point the whole comedy show.
And then Mark Maron went on and told a great story. Then Dana Gould went on and killed. Dana Gould, let me tell you, is fucking funny.
It's always been funny.
But I worked with Dana Gould when I was getting high 27 years ago. I worked with him, and he was so fucking good then. This was when he was in Boston, and I worked with him in Philly when the Comedy Connection from Boston opened in Philly. And I worked with Dana, and I was getting high. It was 27, and he was fucking great then. And he was so funny on this.
When I first started stand-up, he wrote a pilot that had a Bonnie character in it, that my manager told me that he'd seen me on some show and wrote that character for me. So when I went to audition for it, I thought, you know, I was going to be the only one there. And when I got there, there was like 50 girls that sort of, you know, looked like me that were auditioning for my part. And it really threw me, and I kept saying to the receptionist, like, I don't know why she would care. I was like, I'm really Bonnie. I'm really Bonnie. She was like, okay, have a seat. Here's your sides. And then I went in and blew it. I didn't even get a call back. I didn't even get a call back for the Bonnie character.
That story, there's so many of those L.A. stories. Wendy Liebman, what's his name, Louis Black.
But Wendy Liebman did the pilot and then got fired off the pilot of her own show about her.
Another funny person.
And then they called Sarah Silverman to replace her, and Sarah wouldn't do it. Sarah's kind of cool in a lot of ways. Like, she wouldn't...
Well, yeah.
But also, who wants to play... Like, then it's called Wendy. You're like... People, it's in every press release.
Wendy Liebman,
originally created for Wendy Liebman, based on her stand-up, now played by Sarah Silverman.
Wendy Liebman, no one was doing comedy like her. No one's ever. She's the one who started that type of comedy.
Yes, right.
She is. What do you call it?
Legend.
Not a legend. You know, when somebody, you know, like Lenny Bruce, Carlin, you know, someone who.
Groundbreaking?
Groundbreaking. That's a good one. She was groundbreaking. No one else did that type of comedy where the punchlines were like...
We sometimes would play when we were on the road, and we would play Wendy Liebman. Try to write jokes like that, right?
Yeah, these are all comics I fucking...
Do you want to do one of her Wendy Liebman jokes?
I used to love watching her work. Wendy, Dana Gould, these were... And guess what? I think Wendy's from Boston, too. Dana Gould from Boston.
There was a time when Boston... And Mark Maron is from Boston, too, I think.
Well, he was there for a while. I don't know if he's originally from there. Boston had some of the... They had the best comics in the country, pretty much. Kenny Rogerson, Don Gavin, Lenny Clark, Kevin Knox, who passed away, may he rest in peace. Funny. Who else? Kevin Meaney, Sweeney, Steve Sweeney, Wendy Liebman, Stephen Wright, Leary, all Bobby Kelly, all Patrice, they're all from fucking Boston.
Really?
Billy Burr. Holy shit, Boston puts out the best fucking comics.
There's a documentary about Boston comics.
Yeah, Fran Solomino, I think, made it. He wasn't in that list I just said, though.
But was he Boston comic?
Yeah, he was a Boston comic. Tony V, very funny.
Now, what is it that makes Boston comics so good?
Well, back in the day, Boston had so many comedy clubs where you could work out. And it had Played Against Sam. It had Nick's. It had Comedy Connection. It had Duck Soup. There was 3 clubs on one block. There was 3 clubs on. There was Nick's that would do shows upstairs and downstairs, fucking packed.
But I heard the audiences were tough, really tough.
Maybe. I always had fun.
Oh, you know who else was from Boston? I think who's that one-line guy?
Stephen Wright. I said Stephen Wright.
Okay, sorry.
Because you're not listening.
Sue Costello.
Sue Costello's from Boston.
Any girls? Any other girls?
Yeah. Oh, Laura Keitlinger. Isn't she from Boston?
I have no idea.
Neither do I, but I threw it out there. I think she was.
I don't know.
Who else?
Okay, we don't have to go through them all.
I'm going to name every comic from Boston. I think there's more strong... Well, I mean, New York had some strong comics come out of New York, too. I mean...
Where's Jim Florentine from?
New Jersey.
Oh.
Ray Romano, New York.
Well, now we're just going to do...
Yeah, we're going to bring it down.
Coast?
Yeah, who else from New York? That's, you know, Dennis Wolfberg, you know, fucking...
I don't know who Dennis Wolfberg is, but I know, like, his name comes up all the time. I don't even... Like, tell me one Dennis Wolfberg joke. Can you remember one?
He used to do one on a colonoscopy, a big one. It was... He had such straight stage presence and energy and a weird look that I don't remember his material,
like,
but he's a kid.
Who would he be? Remind me, like who?
Huh? Who would he remind you of? I don't know, like kind of like not a Lewis Black, like a lot of movement and facial.
And then he did rants or.
Bitch, some rant. He just killed. I've never seen anybody fucking kill on stage like.
I don't think I really like ranting comics.
Not ranting. He wasn't a ranter. He was a. No,
that was more of an aside.
What? What are you talking about?
I just get tired of comics ranting about stuff that's so stupid.
Why? Stanhope's a great ranter. Even though I don't agree with everything he rants about.
No, I know, but he's different because he's also taking an opposite side. Like it's like when people are ranting against like reality stars. It's like, oh, brother, shut up. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if Doug Stanhope did it, he would have an original take on that, not just like what you're the same. If your grandmother has ranted about it, maybe you should have a different take on it if you're going to take it to the stage. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I always say you got to be funnier than your mom. That's
your grandmom or your mom.
I always see. I mean, the ranting thing, I'll go with grandma. But my general philosophy with comedians is you got to be funnier than. If you want to do this for a living, you got to at least be funnier than your mom.
I would agree with that. But what about?
That's why Melissa Rivers could never do it.
But a lot of male comics that are famous, like their kids do comedy. There's not too many female famous comics where their kids do comedy.
They don't have kids, generally.
Who?
Joan Rivers, Melissa.
Who? Let me think. Ooh, that's a tough one there.
Like Carol Burnett. She has kids.
Yeah. I think.
Don't say it, because I just remembered something bad.
Yeah, that was sad. Who else? Yeah, but Carol Burnett wasn't really a stand-up, although she was as funny as anybody on the planet.
But you know, Richard Pryor's daughter is a comedian.
Yeah, so is Carlin's daughter, right?
I don't know if she's a comedian or more like
a one-person show person.
Yeah.
Like a performance artist.
Like a performer, but also like, doesn't she put together some festival and stuff too?
I don't know.
I've never met her.
Did Kitty Bruce do? No, I don't know if she did stand-up.
Yes. That's the mom, right?
No, the daughter, Kitty. Isn't that his daughter's name?
I just remember now. Lenny Bruce's mom was a stand-up.
Yeah, Lenny Bruce's mom was.
She might have been.
She was in vaudeville. She did vaudeville and stuff.
Yeah, she might have been like. She was like definitely one of the earliest female. But
his wife's name was Kitty Bruce, and his daughter.
That's why he's so funny, because he had to be funnier than his mom.
Is that it?
You have to. You have to be funnier than your mom. Like look at you. So my mom's not funny, so it was easy for me. It was an easy decision for me.
Houston had some good stand-ups. Kennison.
Oh, we're going back to that?
Yeah.
I like how you don't. You're not limited by what the other person's talking about at all in a conversation. You just go straight to what you want. I like that about you.
We were done. We got the point. You got to be funnier than your mom.
You don't cap it. You never cap it. You just take off.
This is all part of the conversation. Houston has some good ones. I can name Hicks, Kennison.
You don't do segues. You just go straight into
Fred
something
Greenlee
else.
was funny back in the day. Jimmy Pineapple was funny back in the day.
Okay, we don't need to go over names like Jimmy Pineapple. Once we get to like a Jimmy Pineapple,
do you think that was his real last name, Pineapple?
I don't know. Sure, there's somebody named Pineapple.
You know what we haven't done? We haven't done a shout out to a comic lately.
We haven't done that lately.
Nate Bergatz. Nate.
Oh, okay, let's hear you butcher his last name. One of Rich's best friends. Go ahead.
He's not a best friend. He's a good friend. He's a friend.
One of your best friends.
Bergazzi. Ha ha.
Nate Bergazzi got a TV pilot.
Got a pilot.
About himself.
Stop.
Stop doing that.
What am I doing?
You know what you're doing.
I'm not doing that. What? Go ahead.
So, shout out to Nate.
Oh, you know who else was at the podcast festival?
We saw him when we were in L.A. The podcast festival.
Sklar Brothers were at the festival.
Love those guys.
Yeah, they're so nice.
They're so nice. I've already told my Sklar story, so I can't tell it again.
I like them too. All right. So now Bonnie.
They're both married.
Married, yeah, they both are.
They have kids.
Kids.
I think they both have kids.
I don't know. Not sure.
I wonder if they live next door. I want them to live next door to each other.
Yeah, that would be the sitcom.
Because you know the thing about the Sklars that I always think, they have to practice. It's not like you or I just,
you practice. I come home and see you.
Yeah, right.
You're doing your fucking bits.
So, I get it out of my mouth that way. I don't get to go on stage as much as...
Bonnie,
so I stand on the ottoman.
Bonnie makes Raina makes Raina sit down on the couch.
I've never made Raina listen.
Never?
No. But Raina sometimes will pop her head in and be like, that's not a funny joke. She said that before.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Raina knows comedy. She's got to be funnier than her mom.
Yes, so she's got to really... If she wants to go into it.
Easy life ahead of her.
Oh, bah, oh, ah, oh, ooh, my stomach. Oh, I'm doubled over with laughter.
Bonnie did talk about your female comedy festival in Portland, Oregon.
So I did a all-female comedy festival called All Jane No Dick. It's a funny little title. It's a cute, clever title, I think. All Jane No Dick Comedy Festival.
Uh-huh.
And Portland, Oregon. I've never been to Portland.
Never even been to Oregon.
Turns out that weekend Rich was local, so I was allowed to go. And what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm listening.
I can't talk if you're not paying attention.
All right, go ahead.
So well, I don't know. What am I going to talk about? What do I want?
Talk about you showed the movie in the festival. You did a Q&A.
I showed the movie in a huge, it was a huge screen. It was weird to see it on that. I mean, the biggest screen you've ever seen.
Why didn't you condense it?
Okay. I don't know what you mean.
Letterbox it.
I just handed him the DVD. And
we don't have it in Letterbox.
Okay. And then, but I had to do a lot of podcasts and...
You know what's good about Letterbox?
Panels about women in comedy, which was interesting. It was interesting. Because I felt like I don't know why, I felt like I constantly had to be the voice of, it's not that bad. You know. And the thing is, I made a movie about it, so people think that I'm a real, I'm out there women are funny, god damn it, But the truth is, I'm kind of making fun of the whole thing, and I don't know. I don't even know what to think about it anymore. I really don't. I'm done. My brain hurts. On the one hand, it's I don't care if people don't think you're that funny. It's oh, shut up. Who cares? And then on the other hand,
if there was people that said Jews aren't funny, I don't think that would bother me.
It would, because it bothers you anything that.
No, because there's just the proof. The proof is there. If you know, so you go, okay, well, there's the proof, and there's the proof for females. So, why do people get so fucking wrapped up in it? I don't know why.
That's the other thing. I don't know why women get so mad about it. I really don't. And I mean, they were getting mad about it. I mean, one woman was kind of saying that she doesn't like it if there's an audience with women in it that aren't laughing at another woman. The idea that if you're a woman, you have to support women, which I just think is so gross in a way. Why should I have to like somebody? Or they were bringing up this woman does this joke, which I don't think is appropriate or whatever. And it's who cares? Not every guy likes every guy.
Here's the thing. If someone came up to you and said, women aren't funny, and all you had to do is say back, I'm funny. All you got to do is stick up for yourself. You don't have to, you can't fight for your whole gender, your whole race, you know what I mean? It's just.
I agree. And I mean, there's women that I think are really exceptionally funny, and there's women I don't think are funny. Why should I have to go laugh at someone I don't think is funny? Why do I have to like somebody?
But the ones that are funny are the ones that are heading the battle. They're the ones in the front line. Instead of focusing on getting funny,
I think that's kind of true. I'm starting to see that as a thing. If you're constantly talking about we are funny, then I don't know. It just seems like the women that are, but if you're getting ahead, then you don't have to talk about it.
Yeah,
you don't have to discuss. Like you don't hear,
It's easy to.
You don't hear Chelsea Handler or
Maria, any of them go. Hey,
Maria Bamford or any Tig. You don't hear any of them.
Unless you watch our movie.
Wah. No, but they're not. But in the movie, they're not whining about it either.
No, not at all. And this is off book about the movie. I was reading the Dumb Message Board, which I haven't read in a year. The whack bag.
Yeah.
And there's a guy he goes, they were talking about women being funny.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, Rich Vos and Bonnie made a movie with Opie's money. Listen, you jackass. The money in this movie.
Who cares? But again, why would you get mad at that? Who cares? That's just an uninformed guy.
This guy he's been trashing me on
Who cares? It's one loser.
1/6 of the money came from Opie. 1/6.
Oh my God.
1/6.
I can't even talk to you anymore. I can't believe you're.
Where you going? You can't walk away during the middle of a podcast. 1/6. Okay, so now I mentioned you again without using your name on the podcast. 1/6. 1/6 of the money.
But who cares?
I don't. Well,
first of all, the fact that Opie gave us money to make a movie is great.
I wish he would have gave all of it.
Well, that makes us better. That makes us good. We, obviously
we haven't talked and hung out with them and had dinner with them in so long.
We make plans to hang out all the time and never do it.
I don't want them to think we got the money and don't hang out anymore.
They probably love that we don't. They were like, good, we paid them off. They're out of our hair. We don't have to deal with them anymore.
1/6.
Rich.
1/6.
Enough. If people think Opie gave us the money to make the movie, great. Good. Look at how cool we are. But the truth is, we both had to suck his cock.
1/6. Why don't we go out to dinner with them?
I would love to.
They have kids.
It's hard. Every time we make plans, either one of us can't get a babysitter.
Well, we could have dinner at their house. We go over there, and they always order food.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Or make plans.
Well, how do I invite myself over to her house?
Huh? How do you invite yourself over? You go,
hey,
look,
we're in the lobby.
Hey, look, do you guys want to have dinner? We'd ask you to come to our place, but...
It's pretty far, so...
Pretty far.
We were thinking you guys have it at your place and order food and pay for it. Is that cool?
I always offer to pay.
They never take our money.
Huh?
1/6 of the time, we pay.
So, the festival, which Bonnie gave him a great deal, headlined the festival.
Yeah. I still haven't gotten paid. Should I send off an angry email?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. They're these people are just, it's... God
damn it.
Damn you. You can't fight City Hall. You can't fight City Hall. That's what I'm saying. Homeland.
Rich wants to do a podcast called 25 Things Wrong with Homeland. But the only problem is that we're a season behind.
We're on season 2. We're watching...
We could start watching season 3 when we're done this one because we have Showtime now.
Oh, you're right. For a couple of months.
It's only once every 6 podcasts I get Rich to say, you're right.
Why we have Showtime? Because I called.
Because you called and got angry.
Got mad.
And they gave us Showtime for 3 months.
For free. Which they would give to anybody for free for 3 months.
We just keep calling every one of the ones.
Then have you call. Everything's wrong with Homeland. It's just this fucking broad.
First of all, you don't say someone's a terrorist and then start sleeping with them. And why would the CIA allow it? Well, she's doing it for her country. No, it's too stupid.
Who runs into trouble every time without a weapon? What CIA agent doesn't have a
because I
weapon?
realized she keeps doing the same things, expecting different results, and she is insane. So it makes sense.
She's not saying she's obsessed. She's obsessed. In season 2, they did catch the guy she was after. But if she's a CIA agent and she's reinstated or worked, she never has a gun. She chased after him with a pipe.
It's too dumb.
It's ridiculous. Why doesn't she have a gun?
and the wife. Was it the wife's name? Dana?
Oh, the one with the neck. She looks like Beetlejuice when he had a long neck and came
Brody's wife is, I don't know why. I read an article once that was like, every show you hate the wife. Which is true when you think about it. You know, on Breaking Bad, he hated the wife. But
that's the only show you could come up with?
Boardwalk Empire, but she's not on it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
He hated the wife. But, I don't know why. Is it the casting? Is it because it stops the storyline from moving forward? Well, there's something about this chick. I cannot take it.
The daughter is worse.
And the daughter, too. I want them both to get hit by a bus. I can't.
And I hate the son just for the fact that he's the brother of the girl. And
I hate him because he won't fucking pull out a knife and stab them both in the face. Do us a favor, dude.
We
killed somebody.
And then last night, we caught up on Boardwalk Empire last night. And if what's-his-name would have got killed, I wouldn't
watch it anymore.
Yeah. If Omar would have got killed. What's his name on Boardwalk Empire?
Whitey.
No, it isn't.
It is, Mr. White.
No, it isn't, Whitey.
It is.
No. Is it?
Yeah, you've only been watching it for 3 seasons. Good. All right, I guess we're at the end. We've wrapped up our TV shows. We got nothing this week.
Yeah, I'm in Orlando at the Improv this week.
No, I didn't mean that. I just meant in terms of entertainment. Entertainment value. I hate to bring you all the way to the end to let you know this was not worth listening to.
This was very worth listening to.
It was?
This was one of our best podcasts.
Why do you always say that? It's not true. What did you just do?
I spit out a piece of egg that was on my tongue and I watched it fly across the room. I went like that. You never do that with food that's stuck in your mouth? You go like this. And it flies. Huh? You never really do that?
Rhett, I can't, I don't have words to discuss.
Who's that?
Never mind.
Who texted you in the middle of the day?
This is somebody.
Let me see. How can we, let me see. Oh. What did he say? You know what? He sent me a thing in my thing.
Oh, that's good. Let the people really know what you're talking about.
I started watching it. It looks
A modern
great.
Comedian.
Yeah, it's not up yet. Scott Moran.
He said it's good. He said it's really good.
I can't. You got to watch it because
Why?
I have a hard. No, it's great, but I have a hard time watching myself.
Did you just get it from him too now?
No, Brian Dunkelman.
Oh. I saw Brian Dunkelman. Where are they now on Oprah?
Wait, say again.
He was on Oprah. Where are they now? Brian Dunkelman.
How long ago?
I don't know. I guess it's been running for a long time, but he was kind of funny about it. He swears he quit the show.
Maybe he did.
Maybe he did, but if he did,
that's
even worse. In a way, like you gotta live with that for the rest of your life.
Well, you know what? He has self-respect. That he quit the biggest show.
But why? Like, I don't understand what his problem was with it. I hate singing.
I don't know. That was 10 years ago. You know, X Factor, we didn't even watch it once this year. Is it still on? Is it over?
Who cares?
What happened? We used to love all that shit. We moved on. We barely even watch Idol when it comes on.
Oh my
Apprentice,
God.
we lost interest in The Apprentice. What happened? We had all, hey.
TV got better. We moved up with it.
Well, I mean, and somehow we're letting Tudors slip through our fingers again.
That's because of the Netflix.
We started watching Tudors. What season are we on? Season 2 of Tudors, right? Tudors.
Season 2 of Tudors.
Season 2 of Tudors, and we're just because Homeland and Boardwalk Empire. What else did we just finish?
I can't believe we're really having this podcast right now. Like, you're just talking about what TV shows you watch. Like,
well, people, they listen because they watch the same. They like,
yeah, but they could have this conversation with their neighbor. They don't have to listen to a podcast. Like,
you know what? We hit.
Are you guys glad that you know? It's like it's like worse than Entertainment Tonight. Like when they go like, a near miss on the street or something.
I don't know about you, but I have passed the word on and hit so many people to the Americans. I told a couple people, you got to watch this.
Does that make you feel good that you think
I turned them on to it, yeah.
Oh my God.
Because
no, the huge marketing campaign did nothing. It's all Rich Vos, everybody.
Well, yeah, word of mouth is what's... Are you kidding me? Word of mouth.
Goodbye. I can't take it anymore. I can't.
Yeah. See?
I'm sorry.
Word of mouth.
I think we've been getting along really well lately. Thank you. You've been going to therapy. No. I think it's helped. I think it's helping.
It only went one time.
Well, I don't know. You seem like you crossed over. And then also I was thinking after the deposition where, the guy was dismissing the case.
You don't know if he's our lawyer
is filing for dismissal.
Yeah, they would file for dismissal anytime.
No, they had to wait till after discovery. But my point is that I think you feel a lot better after that, right? That's, to me, the marker of, when you start to feel a little better.
A little better, but we're not out of the...
I'm going to say we're out of the woods.
You're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night. Do you know what that's from?
Can you give me some clues? If I ask you 5 yes or no questions.
Okay, ready? One more time, I'll give it to you. You're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night.
Is it the Monkees?
They were involved.
They were involved. Is it a Broadway musical or some kind of musical?
I'll give you another hint.
Is it a...
It went from black and white to color.
TV?
Yeah, it was on TV. It went from black and white to color.
Oh.
In the middle, I don't know about the middle part. Throughout the movie, it went from black and white to color.
The Man with the Golden Arm?
Are you fucking out of your... Yeah, the hypodermic needle. The blood in the hypodermic needle.
I don't know.
Do you know who the man... Oh, I showed you that movie, The Man with the Golden Arm. Sinatra. It went from black and white to color? You're a filmmaker.
I don't know what movie went from black and white to color.
The Wizard of Oz.
Oh. The Wizard of Oz. The monkeys were involved in
There was flying monkeys in them.
Oh, come on!
What?
Come on!
There was monkeys in it, right?
Goodbye.
Friends of the show. Friends of the show. This has been Rich Vos and Bonnie McFarlane's My Wife Hates Me. For more info, go to richvos.com. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM. Weird Medicine with Dr. Steve.
Perianal abscess, shitting liquid, sphincter muscles reach down and spread their ass cheeks. So then he can stick his finger in or use a really cool little device called an anoscope. Cram a bunch of gauze in there and then tape their ass cheeks shut and tell them not to shit for a couple hours. Strangulate the hemorrhoid and then you eventually just shit out these dead necrotic hemorrhoids.
First and still only uncensored medical show in the history of radio.
Tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Fluid.
Paul Feinbaum is back on Sirius XM. Catch college football talk only the way F-Bomb delivers it.
Football is important in a lot of places, but it's more important in the South.
Listen to the Alabama fans. A big old rammer jammer.
Catch us weekday afternoons, 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Extra, Sirius XM 85.
I think the NCAA has to come off this transfer rule. If coaches can bail out, why can't the players?
The Paul Feinbaum Show.
Weekday afternoons, 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Extra, Sirius XM 85.
Do you own a printer? Do you like getting raked over the coals when you have to buy ink or toner? I didn't think so. Your printer company's been ripping you off since day one. Why? Because they can. Think about it this way. You don't go back to the car dealership every time you want to buy gas. LD Products, the largest online retailer of ink and toner, has the solution. You'll never have a reason to go back to buying those overpriced cartridges again. LD Products carries remanufactured and compatible ink and toner.